Shane, can you say a few words? I think you're finally unmuted.
Can everyone hear me? Raise a hand if you can hear me on
We can hear you now.
Can anybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So first I just want to say good work both teams. We really liked the results both in terms of the visualization and your presentation. So I wanted to answer the question regarding availability to the public of the tools. So we do make the GaiaViz application publicly available from our website, and you can download it and use it freely. There is some documentation also on GitHub available from the links on the website as well. That's gaiaviz.com, of course. And so basically, we're really focused on the bigger picture, if you will, of visualizing complex 3D data, as you know. And the tool is basically the primary way we do that. There's more to the narrative and such that we help people with the service and such. But I just wanted to say that these teams did really well in terms of learning the tool and basically being able to show specific results. So we thank you very much. And do you have any questions for us?
Unfortunately, Shane, we have to stop it at this point. But thank you for contributing.
Thank you, everyone.
All right. Thank you, Team United Nations. All right, I need Team Hydro Watchers up next.
there is a storm or a hurricane in this area. So we need an automated all-weather flood detection method of the system to get the response team very quick. So we have next slide. So we have like come up with an idea to develop an pipeline to process the satellite images like flood detection. So we mainly like generated the images like from the satellite images so that we process them into the shape files so that we generate GIS compatible flood detection shape files using the GIS tools like ArcGIS and QGIS. So after generating like mapping them with the GIS tools, we evaluate the accuracy of the like the flood with the real-time data like after what is water rise level and stuff, and create an user-friendly workflow for the disaster response team to maintain fast and accurate response. So coming to the data set, Copernicus satellite we use and Sentinel-1 SAR data, so where we get the Sentinel satellite images, and DEM digital elevation model is used to get the main elevation of the water level increase in the flood region, and also use it for flood detection based on backstrata intensity, and also high resolution imaginary for wide range coverage. So we took polarization of IW, and also we took VV and VH band for this use, and also we validated with the NOAA aerial imagery. So like we took the particular Hurricane Maria in 2017 and stuff. So we collected the post-Hurricane Maria images, and we like compared the validation data, and also global flood monitoring portal like GFM, it is used to algorithm define flood extent. So coming to the data decks and pre-processing stuff, my teammate will explain.
Yeah, that's okay, fine. The satellite system the satellite system we are using is Copernicus. It's an EU-based system which has set of satellites like Sentinel-1, Sentinel-2. Our specific one, as he was explaining, was Sentinel-1. So what it does is it has a system of SAR, which is synthetic aperture radius radar. So the radar sends a signal, which is like a microwave signal of around 5.4 gigahertz. That's what the C-band is. So the C-band is very good at passing through the atmosphere. So when the Sentinel-1 sends a signal, it passes through the atmosphere, it touches the ground, depending upon whether it's water or the land, or if it's a situation where it's a partially vegetated or partially flooded region. Depending upon that, you would get a backscatter. Backscatter would mean just reflection. So whatever wave is sent is reflected back, and that is being taken as a high resolutive spatial image, and that image is what we pull for our project. So how do we pull? We use an API which is again native to this Copernicus website, which is Sentinel Hub. So the Sentinel Hub, using different modes, different GRD levels. GRD basically means ground range detector levels. That would take high resolution picture, which again, as my teammate was explaining, which is VH and VV. So that is taken by us, and then we render it, the raw data, into decibels. And this is the main important part, because the intensities are now ranged to decibels, which makes us fix the thresholds in the future, which the developer regarding the algorithm would explain. And when we take that images, there is a possibility of noise. We clear that using the Lee filter. And when it comes to the geometrical correction, what it exactly means, the specific grid or the area of interest, like for example the hurricane floods, which was on 20 September 2017, hit the northern part of Puerto Rico. So the area of interest is again calculated into our area, and the main part here is the backscatter conversion from a raw data into a decibel value. Can you go to the next slide, please? So as I said, these are the overall ranges you could see. Water has a very less scattering value. That's the idea there. That's from -22 to -18. And when it's partially flat, that's around 16 to 18, and when it's dry, it's less than 16. So that's the idea. We, as I was explaining, the Sentinel Hub pulls the data, and we use Python, by the way. So we use Python, by the way. So the Python takes the eval script from that API into two different bands, which is VH and VB. It's basically a set of polarization values that we take, and you can go to the next slide. That's fine. Yeah. As we said, once we set with the area of interest, we have set the date. It pulls the date and information, and we take two sets of images. One is post-flood, and one is pre-flood. Pre-flood will have a different kind of VH and VB values, and the post-flood will have a different kind of VH and VB values. And we compare them, and the other details would be given by my other teammates.
So coming to the next slide, here as we are talking about the DB values, there is no particularly common DB value which can be taken for considering as a flood or classifying as a flood. So we are using one of the methods called thresholding. Here the thresholding usually separates the pre-flood and flooded or the non-flooded data sets according to the decibel values by cutting off when it spikes the difference between both the pre-flood and post-flood. And basically it cuts the radar backscattered data. We are using like two methods in the thresholding techniques. One is Otsu's method, and second one is k-means classification. And that's the IR generated image where we can extract the values or DB values and more data from. So coming to the Otsu's thresholding, this is one of the method where it obtains the threshold values, which exactly cuts through the separates the post-flood and pre-flood values. Basically, it generates two classes, which is flooded and not flooded values, and it maximizes maximizing the between class variance and minimizing the max variance in the class frequencies. And it basically gives you a particular frequency which can be considered as flooded. It like generates by two histograms, where one histogram is pre-flooded and another is post-flooded, and cuts the values for both of them. As we can see, the blue line, which represents minus 14.85, is the various frequency, and for the post-flood we have minus 15.24, which is classified as flooded. So basically, when we tested these numbers with the GIS mapping, we got a little bit less accuracy because of the noise of little bit of noise. So when we extended the DB values from minus 15.24 to minus 16, we got more accuracy when we compared to the previous works. So there is little bit of future work for this method, which can be help for the precise data. Coming to the next one, we have a classification where all these data will be classified into three parts, which is whatever the data DB values which is greater than minus 15.24 is dry land, and when it comes to the partial flooding, it will be in the between minus 15.24 to minus 18, and whatever the flooded data, it will be below the minus 18 decibel values, where it is cutting one line near the minus 18, and the blue colored map, which is fully flooded, and green colored map is like partially flooded, and y-axis shows you the number of regions where this flood is more and partially flooded, or the dry land.
All right, so after we go through thresholding those values, so as Santosh described, that negative 22 to negative 20 was like super flooded based on prior research, negative 18 to negative 16 partially flooded, and then anything above that negative 16 value was dry land. So we use that with what we learned from Otsu's and k-means clustering to basically pick out three separate threshold values that we tested our data with, which was negative 20, negative 18, and negative 16. We tested all of those. So with each of those thresholds, so let's just say we'll take negative 16 as an example. So with all of the backscatter data that we got, it's for every single pixel, which is a 10 by 10 meter piece of land that we gather that information from. Anything that's above negative 16, or sorry, below filter out values for pre-flood that are already met. So anything that's below that threshold that's already water, we're gonna take that out because we don't really care what's already water or what we classify as water currently. We want to see what's water, what wasn't water, and what was water after the flood. So filter out those values. The next one is we're going to filter out values post-flood that are still above the threshold. So anything that we classify continuously as dry land after the hurricane hit, we're also going to take that out. So we're only left with values that basically cross that threshold. So anything that was above negative 16 that crossed below that negative 16. So we're now classifying it as water. Next, we're going to calculate the change from pre-flood to post-flood. So how intense was the change? Was it just it decreased by 1 decibel? What did it decrease by 5? And this is where we filter out values with less than a 3 decibel change, just to get a little bit more precise. We do suggest a little bit more specification to see what the intensity of that change would look like, but we just chose 3 because it was a little better than 0, just to filter out some noise. And then we have filtering refinement. So we'll go to the next slide. So filtering refinement, once we do that basic classification, which I just explained, we're left with something that looks like the top. So each pixel is conglomerated into a polygon that is identified as a flood, and we're left with a lot of noise, and we're not quite sure if it's a flood. So there's a couple of things that we went through to filter down this flood to get from image 1 to image 2. So a flood is classified as anything that's acreage is equal to or greater than 2 acres of land. So we filtered out anything that was less than 2 acres of land. The mean slope of the area is less than 5, so this is where the digital elevation model came in. Because of slope, water tends to run down anything that has a slope of greater than 5, so we took out values or polygons that had slopes of greater than 5, because to flood we need a low flat-lying land. The last one, just to be a little bit more specific with our flood classification, we wanted the intensity just to get out the smaller values. Maybe it had a mean change of 2 or 3, so we wanted it to at least be negative 5, so like a more intense drop in that decibel value for the entire polygon. Next slide. So just to walk through exactly what the visual process looks like, what the data is doing behind the scenes. So we have a pre-flood VH image all the way on the right, and then a post-flood VH image. You can tell the intensity of that backscatter, which is the darker colors, are getting a lot darker, that black color, and then where our flood mapped in blue on the top. So this is just a walkthrough of the examples that we did. So we did negative 16, 18, and 20. And as you increase or decrease that decibel value to lower negative values, you can see it's getting a little bit more selective. So those polygons are getting smaller and smaller because we're basically being a little bit more refined about what is a flood or not. So we'll just skip through this slide. And then lastly, this is the flood model, or basically how it would be used in practice. So the user would need to define the location that needs to be used. Because those images are really big and we have tiny pixel values, our areas are pretty small. So just for defining that value that you want, depending on the data size that you can work with. And then we call the Copernicus API to receive those images and those backscatter values, and then run the algorithm, which we walked through before. So processing and pre-processing, capturing the latitude and longitude of those coordinates, defining the flood boundary extent, and then creating that shapefile to be used in the GIS imagery. And then it returns a shapefile that can be used to prioritize where the greatest need is after a hurricane.
So moving on to the validation of our model. So the challenge we encountered with validating our model is that reliable ground truth flood extent data for Hurricane Maria is pretty much non-existent, or at least as far as we could find or have access to. So the data sources we did go with to validate our model, the first was through Copernicus, their Global Flood Monitoring Portal shapefiles. And this is a source of algorithm-generated data, and so we consulted this to just get a read on prior flood extent algorithms and compare them to our algorithm. And the main source of validation data we used was aerial imagery made available by the NGS. And so we went with aerial imagery because aerial imagery generally has a higher resolution than satellite imagery, allowing us to see greater detail. and this data source was unlabeled, so we had to manually trace flooded areas. And so just a visualization of how we made the polygons from the NGS data. So on the left, you can see a pre-flood image at the top and a post-flood image at the bottom. And in the middle image, you can see where we have drawn a polygon based on where we can visually see that flooding has occurred. And the image on the right shows this polygon overlaid with where our algorithm predicted the flooding, which is blue, and the polygon is in red. And so just to show some numerical results of our validation, so the percentages you see here are the percentage of the flood polygons that we drew, which were covered by our model. And you can see data for each of the areas of interest and at the different decibel thresholds. So at a negative 16 decibel threshold for area 1, we have a 66% coverage and a 72% coverage at the negative 16 decibel threshold for area 2. And of course, those numbers get lower as we tighten the threshold.
Okay. So in order to summarize what we have done in the project, so we developed an end-to-end pipeline just to read the satellite images. We have chosen Sentinel-1 SAR imagery, and then we are generating a GIS-compatible shapefiles. And after doing a lot of research, and then we did study a lot of different classification methods, and then we stuck to the fact that the threshold between -16 to -20 is what is going to give us the flooded region. And to improve the study further, we used the logical conditioning. So first is we eliminated the slopes, and then we tried to remove the noises, and we kind of removed the permanent waters. And when we don't have a really good ground truth data, so whatever spatial images or the photo which was taken by NOAA, that's what we depend on. And then we drew a hand-drawn polygons, and when we compared or overlapped that with whatever model we built, we got an accuracy of 60 to 70%. When we compare the same with GFM model, that gave an accuracy of 14 to 15%. So there is a really good growth in precision what we have tried to build. And what they expected out of us is the GIS shapefile, and that is what we are delivering it. And that can be integrated with their Ackley platform, which is their partners. So further work, we have used only the Sentinel-1. We can use Sentinel-2 also, as it is an optical image. Sentinel-1 we depended because it is radar, and it works really well during the cloud and everything, which is very commonly seen post-storm. And right now, what we have done is we have drawn all the polygons with hand. If we automate that, that's the future work. If we automate that, then the process is going to be a little more faster. And we have given them the GIS compatible shape files, but the further work can be to integrate those GIS compatible shape files with the GIS platforms like Arcly, what they have. And one threshold method that we used and precised more was Otsu's method. So there we got -15.3 value, but we have taken it as -16 just to improve the looks and output of the entire pipeline. So a further work can be, they can just handle or tweak along with that DB values. Yeah. By this, I conclude the project, and thank you guys. If you guys have any questions, we're welcome.
So, did you guys drew any insight that which particular region has the most flood affected areas?
Yeah, basically we took a northern part of Puerto Rico, the full map of till north and east west of the part, and in that part we got a couple of cities which is near to the coastal areas, but which has a little bit slopes as well. And wherever the slopes has been detected, we don't see much water for too long time. because it will be washed out. And wherever the slope is less and where's the flat land, you can see more flood in that region.
Thank you.
Are there any questions online? I see one in the Q&A from Charan Teja K. How do you handle the validation in areas where NGS aerial imagery was unavailable or where timing gaps introduced uncertainty? And what impact did they have on your confidence in the model's accuracy?
So we used two different validation sources, and one of them was a automated, so something that like we did, so something that was generated by an algorithm, and then we used those aerial images. So we kind of talked about this, but the purpose of this work is to do near real-time flood detection. So in reality, we're not going to have a validation data set right away. We're only going to be able to compare the algorithm with it, you know, a couple days after we get aerial imagery or exact ground points. So it was a little bit tough to like really do the validation because those pictures that we got were taken a couple days after the storm hit. So with that 60 to 70% validate or accuracy that we got with that data, it could be higher because of the time delay with those images. The flood water might have washed away. So it's kind of leaning a little bit on the data and taking it with, it is much better than what the previous algorithm did. It was about 14%, so that compared to 60 to 70% with what we got is a pretty huge jump from the numericals perspective. But again, it's just in like making it better, making it more robust, increasing what data sources we're using, integrate Sentinel-2, integrate different bands of, so we only use VH, so maybe integrating VV with it to get it a little more precise. But yeah, I think that answers the question.
All right. Carlos Gomez Borges, you have your hand up if you want to unmute to speak. I guess not. Any questions in the room?
You had a picture graphic with the reddish polygon that you'd drawn, and then you had the blue, that one, the one on the right. There's almost no overlap, it looks like, between the blue and the red. Is that because there was more blue underneath the red that's just not shown, or was the blue entirely outside the polygon that you drew?
It was on top, so we kind of tried to make the red a little bit see-through, so the only part where red really doesn't overlap with the blue is like this corner here, but there is blue pretty much underneath the entire piece of red besides the outside corner, yeah.
Any more questions in the room? All right. Then thank you, Team Hydro Watchers. All right, next up is Team Post-Storm Imagery. like this. And remember to pass it to people complain they can't hear their own phone. So you have to literally right in your mouth, right? Just like this, like this. So whoever gets to go first. And remember when you're doing your team brick and sticker production, remember to pass the microphone. So one microphone goes over there, one microphone goes over here. So
Good morning, everyone. Let's imagine for a moment.
Wait until I tell you.
Good morning, everyone. Let's imagine for a moment a powerful storm hitting the region. Now that within hours the roads are submerged with water and we don't know exactly where the flood areas are, and rescue teams finding difficult how depth the water is and where the water is. That's where we come in. We are team post-storm flood extent shapefile generation using satellite imagery. And our mission is to use the data from space to create maps that help and save lives in the flood affecting regions like Puerto Rico. And let me introduce to the team of this project. I'm Anjani, serving as a Scrum Master for this project, and that's Maitreya, Hanish, Karan, and Shravani working as the developers, Mani Sai being the product owner. Firstly, we would like to sincerely thank our instructor, Dr. Amartya Bhattacharya, whose guidance and feedback has been helpful throughout this project. We also want to thank our client, Puerto Rico Science and Technology Research Trust, who has been constantly supporting through our project. Today, we'll be taking you through flood detecting, estimating their depth, and predicting the future risk, and overcoming the impact and challenges which we faced in the project and the future roadmap. Let me now, to understand the problem we set out to solve in this project, I'll hand it over to Shravani.
Thank you, Anjani. Coming to the problem scope, Puerto Rico faces frequent and devastating floods. During emergencies, no real-time flood maps and no proper understanding of floodwater depth and no forecasting tools based on live data. So without timely information, even the responders work blind. So our project is set out to change that. It focuses on generating boundaries of flood-affected areas in Puerto Rico using satellite imagery and elevation data. The primary goal is to create the flood maps which separates the areas where flooding occurs and its depth. So these flood maps helps the responders and disaster management teams and policymakers to do the better planning for responses and visualizations of flood impacts across different regions to help the affected communities. So the main objective is to detect the floods using satellite imagery and generating shape files and estimating how deep the floods can go and predicting the future floods. So mainly delivering all of it in an accessible, fast and automated way. So now Maitreya will tell us how we turn this vision into reality.
Thank you, Shravani. So our journey began with a question, like how can we detect floods when the skies are full of clouds and roads are submerged with water? So our answer is we seen through the clouds. So synthetic aperture radar. Synthetic aperture radar is a powerful satellite that penetrates to the clouds even whether it's the daytime or nighttime or irrespective of any other weather conditions, it can see through it. So it works by sending the satellite radar signals to the ground and receives them back. Synthetic aperture radar helped us is the eye throughout the project. So synthetic aperture radar collects all the data, and from where we can collect all this data. We have used Google Earth Engine to process all the data and fetch all the data. Our process was methodological. First, we fetched and loaded the data from synthetic aperture radar, and then computed the backscatter difference. What actually the backscatter difference is. So when So as you've seen that video before, when the satellite passes a light, it receives the microwave signals back. So it is also the reflectance. It is also called as a backscatter. So what we did is that calculated the backscatter. This is the main idea behind the project. By calculating the backscatter intensity decreases when where there is a flooded area, because water absorbs all the microwave signals, and the land will not absorb the signals as much as the water does. So where the backscatter difference is more, we consider it as a flooded region. And then the data, that satellite data has speckle noise, as you see here, like the old television thing. To remove that speckle noise, we have used a speckle filter called as gamma filter. And after doing that, there are flooded pixels and there are dry pixels. So to separate them, we need to have some threshold. We have set a threshold. If the pixels are below the threshold, like which is the backscatter intensity, which if it is slow, then we consider it as flooded. If the backscatter intensity is high, then we have not it is not flooded. This gives us the binary flood mask. As you see that the darker regions are are the water bodies, and they are also the flooded regions. And the land has land is not that dark as water, as you see there. This was our first step towards the clarity. But we know it's not that clear. So to make it more smarter, more clear, we need precision. For that, I hand over it to Karan.
So as you look here, this is a flood map which is not perfect because it has a lot of noise. So the first one big clue we had was elevation. So we used digital elevation models to filter out the steep areas, and whatever is remaining is the flat area which has water and also land. And when it comes to water, everything is not exactly flood water. It's also rivers and lakes, etc. So next we use global water mask, and we removed all the permanent water bodies. And so now there is only a flat area with flood water, and all the outputs are converted into CSV files, GeoJSON files, and also shape files. And this is automated because all the files are automatically downloaded to your Google Cloud. So this is a snippet of the CSV file. It has all the geometric polygons and also the area of flood in kilometer square. And this is the shape file we generated. And all the files are automatically saved in your Google Drive. So this is the back end where you can understand all the API calls, and we are using Google Earth Engine, as you can see. So next flood depth estimation will be.
Thank you, Karan. That was a good explanation about flood detection. So far, we have learned about the flood detection and boundary detection of a flood occurrence. So, is that it to the story? No, there is more to the story. There is another half go through the story. So, imagine a situation where a flood occurred, and the rescue teams are to go sent to support to 2 different locations. But how can they determine which location is at a higher risk when compared to another location? So then comes the picture, flood depth estimation. That's our next goal in estimating the flood depth. So what's a flood depth? In simple terms, the elevation of water from the land after a flood occurrence is called a flood depth. But how do we calculate it? For any calculation, we need the data. So for calculating the elevation data, we have used something called digital elevation models, or DEMs. These models are directly derives the satellite imagery. Then those are converted into our shape files, where we generate and retrieve all the data. Then from that data, we calculate the after that we eliminate the slope. Then from that slope, we start our original calculation. So making it verbally look is easy. Calculating in humanly is not that easy when compared to any other stuff. So these DEMs are used to calculate the actual presentation in our project. So for the first step, we used DEMs to calculate the terrain data before the flood occurrence. Then secondly, we have calculated the flood data after the flood occurrence. And finally, we have subtracted them from the one another so that we get an actual elevation of the flood depth. So if the flood elevation is higher, then the risk area of that flood is higher at the region. So that's easy to say, but how can we depict it in pictorial form? So here's our flood depth categories. So we have categorized the flood depths into 3 categories. Like if the flood depth is ranging from between 0 to 0.8, so we have given it a label as shallow flooding. And if the range is a little higher and it is ranging from 0.8 to 1.5 meters, so we labeled it as moderate flooding. And anything above 1.5 meters is calculated at higher risk areas or higher flooding areas. These are not randomly chosen values or randomly generated values. We have gone through some information and generated safety and rescuing teams information through various websites and gathered it. Let's imagine if there is a flood of 0.5 meters. So in that flood depth, there are no possibilities where the car can move or any vehicles can travel. If the flood occurrence is more than 0.5, and let's imagine it is at 1 meter height. So a 1 meter height is always dangerous when the flood occurrence is always in the lower areas and the flood is moving at a very fast. And everybody knows flood is not a stable content. It moves at a higher speed. So anything at 1 meter height is dangerous for children or pets or any other citizens or those areas. And if the flood depth has increased to over 2 meters, so any ground of a higher building, like ground areas of higher buildings and their own electrical equipments are all totally submerged in these flood depths. So for that, by calculating all the risk factors considered by the information over the Puerto Rico's rescue teams and client providence, we have given these 3 categories into our considerations. So basically, in putting this entire sentence into one sentence, we calculating the flood boundaries is one part where without knowing the depth and the effect of the flood is another part. So for any part, like any region where if there is a flood occurrence, and if without knowing the flood depth, the rescue teams or the evacuation teams cannot be that accurate in providing the support to the higher risky areas or the lower or the shallow regions where the flood is not that riskier and all. So I concluded that by stating that any disaster, in an occurrence of disaster, knowing the occurrence is not only the point, knowing the range and depth of the occurrence is also the important role, where it will help the rescuers and evacuation teams to carry out the remaining part. And here I transfer it to my friend Hanish.
Future flood prediction. Forecasting flood isn't fiction anymore, so we built a prediction model that predicts for next 7 days. And then for centroids, first we have calculated the centroids of each and every municipalities in Puerto Rico. As you can see, the points in the center are the center of the areas. And then for the weather data, we have used an Open Meteo API to fetch two main aspects of weather data, that is wind and pressure, for every day for the next 7 days. So the prediction formula, this is the main this played a key role in our project, the flood risk score. As you can see, the weighted coefficients for wind and pressure are you can play around with them. Those are just hyperparameters. And then how this flood risk score work, when there is higher wind and lower pressure, the risk automatically increases. When there is an increase in risk, you can likely have a storm. And then this score is, we have used a sigmoid function for this score, which turns into a probability between 0 and 1. This is the function we have used. And then these are the outputs we have got. This is an interactive flood map. You can see the probability and the municipalities. These maps we get every day for the next 7 days, so that they can react quickly. So these are this is another line graph. It is a flood probability and per municipality time map for the next 7 days. Now I conclude. Now my teammate Shravani will continue.
Coming to the challenges, throughout the project we faced several technical and data related challenges. One of the main hurdle was satellite noise, which introduced us to false signals in flood detection maps. And we also faced digital elevation model mismatches, where inconsistencies in elevation data affected the accuracy of the depth estimation. And moreover, the prediction of future floods based on wind and pressure was a challenge because of absence of meteorological inputs. So throughout the project, by overcoming all these obstacles, the reliability and scalability of our project increased, and now the impacts will be continued by Anjani.
Okay, so the impacts for this project which we coming in the real world is real-time flood monitoring for decision makers. The decision makers now using our outputs such as shapefiles and the prediction models can now plan accordingly whether to establish shelters for the flooded areas, or to plan a road closures, or to give the resource allocations to the flooded areas, and also faster emergency response during disaster. Now that the rescue will be done in no less time, having planned that rescue in a proper way. And also it improves public awareness and risk communication. With the outputs which we develop, the public responders and the residents will be more aware of the flood that coming in and can be prone to less risk. And the future roadmap of this project focuses on integrating rainfall and historical storm data. By integrating the weather patterns of long-term and storm, the predictions can be more precise for the future flood risks. And also by launching automated flood alert system. By connecting to our shapefiles and the outputs, they can alert to the monitoring system, such as having a SMS notification or a push notifications that can alert regions in Puerto Rico and the people to be aware of the next flood. And by integrating machine learning models for dynamic forecasting. By training the machine learning models, the future prediction can be more accurate and can be more prepared. Now let's take a look into the demo of this project.
Hello everyone. Today I'll walk you through the process of how we developed our project. The main objective of this project is to identify flood boundaries using satellite imagery and generate corresponding shapefiles. We began by automating the entire pipeline. First, we imported all the required libraries and authenticated access to Google Earth Engine to download satellite imagery for our area of interest, Puerto Rico. We used Sentinel-1 images captured during flood events. These images contained speckle noise, which we reduced using a gamma filter. To accurately detect flood-affected regions, we created a flood detection mask by analyzing changes in backscatter values, incorporating DEM models and slope data. We defined specific thresholds such as backscatter threshold, elevation threshold, and slope threshold to isolate the flood impacted areas. To exclude permanent water bodies like rivers and oceans, we applied a water body mask. The resulting mask initially in raster format and was converted into a vector format and imported to Google Drive. And then we generated a shapefile and a CSV file containing details such as polygon area and flood coverage. We also developed interactive maps for better visualization. For the flood depth estimation and extinction of our primary objective, we've calculated the difference in elevation using the DEM before and after the flood, providing an estimate of flood depth. Additionally, we performed future flood prediction using the Open Meteo API. We retrieved the latitude and longitude of each municipality by calculating their centroid. We then applied a sigmoid-based probability function to estimate flood risk and visualized the results using line graphs, showing forecasted flood probability per municipality. Finally, we integrated these results into interactive maps for enhanced usability and decision making. Thank you for listening. This is how we completed our project.
So before we end this, let me leave you with this. Post-storm is not just a project, but it's a blueprint for resilience. So I would also say that now that every community at risk in the Puerto Rico region do not need to be worried when the next flood will be there. Thank you, and we are open for questions.
Okay, there are several questions online I'd like to address first. So from Gilberto Guevara, his comment is, thanks to the team and the professor for a very useful tool. My question, can local food sensor information be accommodated into the algorithms to create just-in-time maps?
So it's like not exactly we can do it in a real time. It's like a near real time because the satellite images that are processed that we get, we can't get it in a real time. It takes a little bit time to process to the public.
Okay, next question from Fernando Pabon. Do you think including the data of the historic height of the water table on the hydrographic basin would help your model to estimate flood risk?
Yes, we try to include different data, but due to the time constraint, we were not able to do all that things. We also try to use like meteorological data or rainfall perspection data to use in the model, but we also use the probability score because of the only wind and pressure data for 7 days that we cannot feed into algorithms, so that we also use the small probability function and did the thing work out.
Okay. Last question from an anonymous attendee. What if low risk area has more population, higher risk? Where will you send the team?
Can you please repeat the question?
What if low risk area has more population than higher risk? Where will you send the team?
So we'll be sending the team to the higher risk area because the high population, like depending upon the intensity, if the depth is like only 0.8 meters, they're not gonna lose their lives. Most of them, they'll be saved. But when the water is like above their neck level, or even the animals or the small children would face more risk. So sending, like it's important to send the rescue teams at both locations at the same time to have, but this is the case, we could send the team to the more risk area.
To answer it more precisely, if higher risk areas has more population, we can just estimate the a shallow depth of the flood before evacuating the people around the higher risk areas, such that it makes easier for the rescue teams and evacuations teams, providing more accurate and more reliable source of providence to the citizens of those areas and saving more lives. So that's the reason why we used flood depth in this model. So to estimate flood depth for higher risk areas is the reason why we used flood depth, and higher risk areas are the regions where the flood depth is more than 1.5 meters. So sending the rescue teams to those areas are what matters then considered to the lower risk areas.
Okay, question from Lorena Molina Irizarry. Great presentation regarding open data uses. Was any census data used, specifically the community resilience estimate data?
Sorry, can you repeat the questions?
Great presentation regarding open data uses. Was any census data used, specifically the community resilience estimates or CRE data?
No, we haven't used any census data. We only used Sentinel-1 SAR data and OpenMeteo API for weather forecasting data.
Okay. Any questions in the room?
I was interested for the flood prediction model. I guess where did that calculation come from? And in terms of like, you guys mentioned the hyperparameters of like 0.015. Was that like done through like a linear estimation, or is that just inputting different values and seeing what gives you the highest probabilities based off of like the data you have?
It's just a different value. We've just played with the numbers, and like 1010 is just an atmospheric pressure. It's an ideal pressure. That's it.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? All right, thank you very much. Good job, post-storm imagery. Let's get Team Rising Seas impacts up there. When you're speaking during the teams, and hold it up like this so people can hear you online. And start.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome. I'm I'm Anushka, and I had the honor to serving as the Scrum Master for this project. Today we are excited to share a journey that looks ahead to protect the future of Puerto Rico from rising sea level by measuring its vulnerability to rising seas. So this is my incredible team who brought this idea into reality, and together with the support of Puerto Rico Science, Technology and Research Trust and under the guidance of Dr. Bhattacharya, we set out to answer a simple but critical question: where is Puerto Rico most vulnerable to rising seas, and how should we prepare before it's too late? Let's begin by understanding the problem we faced. Globally, rising seas are becoming one of the biggest threats to our lives, communities, and the way of our life. Imagine living in a town where every year ocean moves closer to your doorstep. In Puerto Rico, this is not just an imagination anymore. It is becoming a reality for many coastal municipalities. Puerto Rico has 78 municipalities in total, out of which 44 municipalities are at higher risk. It has been predicted that by the year of 2100, the sea level will rise by 6.8 feet. And this is not just about the rising sea level, but it's about which municipality are at higher risk. So to identify this, we built SOVIA's Socio-economic Vulnerability Index for Adaptation to Rising Seas. It is a combination of social and economic factors with physical risks such as flooding and low elevation. Our goal was to build a tool for action. With SOVIA's, stakeholders will see clearly which coastal municipality are at higher risk, and they'll make sure that which coastal region will need immediate help, and make sure that no one is left behind even if the water rises. For the contents, I would like Vishal to walk through it.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Vishal Reddy, and I worked as a developer for this project. Let me walk you through the contents that we have. We'll start with the introduction, process, a solution, summary, and followed by the future work. And moving on to the objective, our first step is to understand what makes a municipality most vulnerable. Not about socially or geographically, but combining together, we pulled some of the identifying factors like the poverty, rising seas, and the infrastructure access together into a sub-unified index called the SOVIARS. Which gives us a clear representation of the municipality risk. And once the index was built, we needed something to store the data and share it more effectively. So here comes a geo package. A geo package is like a file format. So we have packaged entire solution, the data, the layers, maps, everything into a simple file format in GIS, which is used in QGIS. And it makes the data most portable. Of course, the raw numbers doesn't speak for themselves, so we have created some visualizations and using all the maps and the graphs and the dashboards. And lastly, we doesn't want our project to live slow, so we have created the online website. And moving on to the data will be explained by Rehan.
Very good morning, everyone. I'm Rehan, and I've worked as a developer in this project. So I'll walk you through the data slide. So SOVIARS is built by integrating SOVI and VRS. SOVI stands for Socio-economic Vulnerability Index, whereas VRS stands for Vulnerability to Rising Seas. So by integrating these two data sets, we get a clear image of vulnerability. Now I'm going to speak about SOVI dataset, which we have gathered from United States Census Bureau. So it has 4 subdomains. The first is the social domain, which has 4 factors. The first two indicate the male and female household with kids, the single parent family, and the third factor is the education level, the number of people who are graduated and who are not. The fourth factor is the disability rate. And coming to the second domain, it's economic data set. So it has 4 factors as well. The first one indicates the rate of unemployment, the people who are employed and who are not employed. And the second one is the median income, and the third one is the social security benefits, like the SNAP benefits, which people get from the government. The third is the housing data set, which has 4 factors as well, which indicates the total housing units, indicates the number of houses in the municipality, and the housing age, which indicates the structures which were built before 1978 in each municipality, and the occupancy type, the number of people who own a house and number of people who rent a house, and the access to amenities who have mobile, internet, and vehicle. And the fourth is the demographic data set, which has 3 factors. The first one is the gender distribution, the percentage of male and female. Second is the age group, the people who are below 18 and 18 to 24 and above 25, and the racial composition. Now moving forward to VRS dataset. So we have created this dataset using an application called QGIS. It has two subfactors. Like the first one is the elevation risk dataset, which indicates the area under sea level rise risk and the population affected by it. The second is the flood zone dataset, the area under flood zone and the population affected by it. Now Ria will.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ria, and I worked as a developer for this project. Our project workflow started by identifying the vulnerable components. We used over 30 variables or attributes that also aligned with our client's proposal. And from there on, we used an iterative incremental approach for our workflow. We first started by collecting the SOVI data from US Census Bureau website. And and we also make sure that they're on the same scale, so we normalize those indicators. And since we're using a weighted sum model, we assigned weights to our attributes, 60% to the SOVI variables and 40% weights to the VRS variables. And from there on, we calculated the sub-index scores for them. Then we go back to our workflow and gather our VRS data using an application called QGIS and repeat the same steps for it. And then we combine our SOVI and VRS data and ultimately calculate the final index, that is SOVIRS. So our data set consisted of a column called the FIPS code, that is a unique identifier for identifying geographic locations. So all the municipalities of Puerto Rico has an FIPS code assigned to them. So we use these codes to combine all our files using SQL, and then we used Python to calculate the indexes for SOVI and VRS. The thing that we want to focus more on is how we gathered our VRS data set, because it was not readily available on the internet. And VRS consists of attributes like the area of land that is below 6.8 feet and FEMA designated flood zones that helped us find the population that was being affected by rising seas and floods. And in order to do that, we had to create an entire process for it. The entire process for gathering our own VRS data set now would be explained further by Vishal.
So hello everyone, I'm Vishal and I worked as the product owner for this team. And I want to discuss how we have created our dataset using an application called QGIS. So this is a geographical information system. We have used this to extract our data and prepare our data and to measure how vulnerable the municipalities were to rising seas. So our first step was to create a shapefile. So we have created this shapefile which has all the 78 municipality and municipality boundaries as well. So there are 78 polygons in this shapefile, and this shapefile will act as the foundation work for our layers as well as our visualizations. And in our second step, we have downloaded the digital elevation model for the entire Puerto Rico and have combined it with the municipality shapefile. And as you can see, the digital elevation model is combined with the municipality boundaries. As you can see, the different gradients show the elevation levels of Puerto Rico. And we have further refined the layers and have extracted the values where the values were below 6.8 feet. As you can see, the highlighted areas are the low-lying areas of Puerto Rico. And we have further refined this layer and we have divided it into different elevation bands and different municipality polygons as well, so that a user can freely explore the data and the layer of this. And the fourth step was to download the FEMA dataset. So this was downloaded from FEMA, which is Federal Emergency Management Agency, and we have processed this layer and have divided it into several flood zones. And after creating these layers, we have imported these layers and to create a visual representation of the layers. So this shows the low-lying areas of Puerto Rico, which is below 6.8 feet. And this is completely interactive and users can explore this data set using this. So when you click on a particular municipality, let's say San Juan municipality, the San Juan municipality will zoom in and this is the boundaries of San Juan municipality. The white area is the area above 6.8 feet, and the colored areas are different elevation bands that are below 6.8 feet. And I want to show you another example, which is largest municipality. As you can see, there are different elevation bands in this municipality as well, and users can plot these polygons individually. You can plot the elevation bands, whatever the requirement is. And then this is the flood zone areas of Puerto Rico. And as you can see, this is the interactive map of the flood zones. And when you click a particular municipality, the municipality will zoom in, and you can explore all the different flood zones. These flood zones are defined by the FEMA itself. So these are different flood zones which are an aggregate of previous floods. And by combining all these layers and data, we have calculated a VRS score. So VRS score is a score that lies between 0 to 1, which indicates how vulnerable a municipality is. Let's say you can see the darker the area is, the more the score is. So a darker area represents a higher score, which is, let's say, a San Juan municipality has 0.6125 as the VRS score, which indicates it has the highest vulnerability to the rising seas. And you can see there are other later areas where you can see the VRS score is very less. And this graph shows the top municipalities that are under risk for rising seas and flood zones. And Siddhant will explain about socio-economic factors.
Hello, good morning everyone. Myself Siddhant. I worked as a developer for this project. So when we look at the other half of the SOVR's calculation, that's where the SOVI comes into the picture. That is, it breaks the social vulnerability into 4 measurable domains. Those are the demographic, social, housing, and economic. Combining all these, we get a SOVI score. Using that SOVI score, we can tell a particular municipality's social vulnerability level. So if we can see, there are certain colors on the map, and the darker the regions, the darker the color of the map. I mean, the red ones are the ones with the higher SOVI scores. When we select an example of San Juan as a municipality, here we can see that it has the highest SOVI score among the other 78 municipalities. So this particular visualization helps us to identify which are the municipalities at a higher risk when it comes to the social factors. Moving on, this is where entire things come together. What started with the scattered variables has been combined into one single unified score called the SOVR score, which is a score that is an integration of the social and geographical factors, wherein this particular visualization tells us a different story, wherein every color here is being like, so for let's example, if we see the darker greens or the green shade ones are those particular municipalities with the least vulnerability when we have look at the social and geographical level and both the sides. But when we focus on to the darker red zones, when it is being shifted, we can say that, yeah, there is a higher vulnerability when it comes to both the factors. As an example, San Juan as a municipality, which shows that. But when we look at certain inland municipalities as well, they also show a higher SOVR score, averagely. That is because there are, it's an integration of the social and geographical factors. So for the inland municipalities, the geographical factors are not that of a big concern for now, but the socio-economic factors plays a big role in that, and that's the reason the higher average score has been presented over there. Then understanding the data was one thing, but to get it usable, shareable, and to visualize it publicly, we have built a public-facing website, which from researchers to policymakers to students to communities can just go through and have an entire look of our workflow. Let's look at by seeing this video.
Rich in culture, resilience, and natural beauty. A place we are committed to protecting for generations to come through innovation, community-driven action, and data-informed planning. But this vibrant island, with all its richness and resilience, now faces a growing challenge: the rising seas threatening its future. Rising seas are reshaping coastlines around the world, including Puerto Rico. As global temperatures climb, polar ice melts and ocean volumes expand, increasing the risk of coastal flooding, storm surge, and permanent land loss. For an island like Puerto Rico, this isn't a distant future, it's an urgent, evolving reality. Flooded streets, strained infrastructure, displaced communities. The effects of rising seas are already visible. In Puerto Rico, many low-lying coastal municipalities are increasingly vulnerable. Our solution starts with strong foundations data. We integrated large-scale socioeconomic and geospatial datasets to capture both human and environmental risk, building a complete picture of vulnerability across Puerto Rico's 78 municipalities. And the data section, users can explore visualizations from regional vulnerability rankings to flood zone exposure and social stress patterns. These charts make complex data easy to understand, showing how demographic, economic, housing, and geographic factors shape risk. Designed for clarity, each visualization helps stakeholders turn evidence into actionable decisions. The About section outlines the backbone of SOVIARs: advanced geospatial modeling, Python-powered scoring engines, normalized data pipelines, integrated spatial analysis, and dynamic visualization dashboards, all built with transparency, scalability, and community impact at its core. Our interactive maps offer a real-time view of vulnerability across the island, combining social, economic, and environmental indicators into a seamless spatial experience. Users can explore coastal flood risks, inland demographic challenges, and localized exposure hotspots, all through a simple and intuitive interface. Dynamic tooltips and hover features make it easy to compare municipalities, zoom into high-risk areas, and uncover regional patterns at a glance. The final dashboard brings all the layers together into one powerful view, allowing users to seamlessly navigate between FEMA flood zones, low elevation exposure areas, critical infrastructure risks, and the composite SOVIAR's vulnerability scores. Each layer is fully interactive, filterable by region, and designed to support quick, data-driven decisions. Additional dedicated dashboards for SOVI and VRS allow users to dive deeper into specific aspects of social and geographic vulnerability, offering both big-picture insights and detailed municipal-level comparison.
I would like Vishal to continue the summary.
So here I'll explain the brief summary of the project. So let's move on to the SOVIAS index data integration. So at the basic level, we have the simplified SOVIAS index, which uses a very few points to give us an overall risk assessment. Then it evolves into a comprehensive SOVIAS index, where it uses the large diverse data sets for more in-depth and gives us an overall risk assessment. On the analysis part, we have the simplified data analysis, where it uses a minimal integration for the targeted insights. And on the last one is a complex data analysis. It uses the complex and multi-source data at the municipal level and gives us an overall vulnerability assessment. Next, moving on to the geospatial integration. So our aim of our model is like municipality vulnerability mapping. Though this represents the intersection between the SOVIAS index and the QGIS geospatial modeling. Together, the combination of this will give us an visual vulnerability representation and at the municipal level with the high spatial accuracy. Next, moving on to the actionable outputs. So this illustrates the tangible outcomes of our SOVIAS project, and this transforms the complex analysis into the real-world decision making. The first, we have created the Tableau dashboard. So this identifies all the municipalities with a higher risk based upon their SOVIAS index. The second is we have created the Power BI reports. These reports will complement the Tableau dashboards, and it will analyze the data and filters it. It will be more useful for researchers who wants to go for more in-depth insights. Third is we have built a public website. It is used to host all the findings and solutions of our project. And the last is we have disseminate findings. So we want to share our results with the policymakers and other communities. And we also want to make sure our data will be helpful for making a decision, better decision making, and for the future insights, and also for the climate risk, and also we make sure our project makes a real world impact. Now the future enhancements will be explained by Siddhant.
As we developed the SOVIAS base framework, we identified there are several, there are certain key factors which can be used for the future enhancements of the base work. So let's look at the first one, that is the integrating the real-time data. That is where the That is where the storm surge alerts comes into the picture that we can use. And then we have the weighing scheme refinement. That can be like whenever we have an extra number of variables, then we can use machine learning to do that. And then at the municipality level prediction, it's where the within the next 5 to 10 years, if certain municipality has to be predicted or has to check which are the municipalities needs to be an attention, then that can be used. And then at last, the disaster response management team could use the SOVIAS-based framework to decide the plan of an action for before a calamity happens. At the end, if you would like to visit our website, you can just do so by scanning the QR code. And yep, thank you. That's all from our end. The SOVIAS-based phase framework will help turn the Puerto Rico's vulnerability into a resilience. Thank you.
All right, we're going to go ahead and take questions in the hall first, and then
Yeah, actually, let me do the online ones first, Isaac.
Right, go ahead.
Right. So Mahendra Dhoni asked the question: any relationship between your name Rising Sea and your project?
Yes. So the rising sea levels is the ones that the 6.8 feet, that's the rising sea level that has been affecting the coastal municipalities. So that's the back end of the project, which answers.
Okay. And then an anonymous attendee asks, how are you different from the previous group? It looks the same.
Okay. So this was about the combination of the social and the geographical factors. And the previous one was about the flood depth estimation. So that's the difference.
Okay. Now we can go with in-room questions.
All right, questions in the hall. One more time, question in the hall. All right.
Just a comment on the earlier question, the fact that the two teams came up with things which sort of look similar and are similar is a testament to the fact that they worked out facts and possibly, to some degree going towards the right direction. So that's it.
All right, Bernie, if we don't have question in the hall, back to you.
All right, then. All right. Thank you very much, Team Rising Seas Impacts. Good job. All right, next up will be Team Soviars. So meet me up front, please. To your mouth. Like that. Like that. And start.
Good morning, everyone. We're here to showcase our project SOVIARS, which means Social Economic Vulnerability Index of Adaptation of Rising Seas. So this project is mainly focused on communities, especially in Puerto Rico, that are facing issues due to social inequality and environmental risks like sea level rises, mainly in coastal regions. So let me introduce my team who work for Team SOVIARS. Myself, I'm Akrish Matlapati. I'm the Scrum Master of the team.
I'm Venkata. I'm the developer of the team.
Manikandeshwar, I'm the developer of the team.
I'm Pooja. I'm the product owner of this team.
I'm Abhista and I'm the developer of this team as well.
We're so sorry, like one of our teammate Charan Reddy, he's currently unavailable. So moving on to the next slide. Let me introduce our clients, Puerto Rico Science, Technology and Research Trust. They are non-profit organization since 2004, where they established in San Juan. And their main aim is to support innovation and technology by supporting development and technology developments. They support, they work with startups and universities by building their ideas into real-life solutions. Additionally, the Technology Transfer Office by David Gully since 2019, which was focused on monitoring services, advancements to drive Puerto Rico. And moving on to the next slide, the problems we have solved in this project. So there are many issues due to climate changes like sea level rises, floods and storm hazards. So, but not only about the environment, some communities were facing issues due to vulnerability index and getting backward, like less income, lack of education, and low-level job opportunities. So by refining all this, we want to build an vulnerability index that combines social economic growth and environmental risks and bring a better access to the government. So by all the insights we have provided, we want to give a tool to the government, and the government can use this tool to find the communities that are backward and provide them with the better insights and take fair decisions. And next, my friend Nag Sanjay is going to continue.
Good morning, everyone. Coming to the project goals of our project, our primary goal is to create a socio-economic vulnerability index, a data-driven vulnerability index for Puerto Rico. So this is our primary goal for the project. Coming to the secondary goal, creating visualizations and giving recommendations for particular municipalities. For every municipalities is our secondary goal, and also providing a framework to the Puerto Rico Science and Technology Trust is also a part of our project goal. And we also highlighted the data gaps, like data quality issues in this project. Coming to the next slide. So now I will walk you through the data collection and cleaning process. So we have collected the data from one main source, which is US Census Data Bureau website, where we have collected the information data with regard to the socio-economic vulnerability index, the social data set, the economic data set, and the housing data set, and the demographic data set to calculate the socio-economic index is collected from this website. And coming to the to calculate the VRS index, basically this data is collected using the QGIS software. So we used shape files, raster files, and also the block group data to collect the physical risk exposure data. This slide will be continued by my teammate.
Coming to the methodology we choose it in a framework that we can integrate. When the new data is available, we can integrate it into the existing data set and initiate the new calculations for the index scores. The methodology goes as selecting the important variables regarding the domain of the index and cleaning the data set by handling the missing values and make sure the values are in the consistent format. And then by using the min-max scaling, we normalize the values from 0 to 1 and assign the weights for each subindex of the factors depending upon the domain of the index, and group all subindexes into final index and calculate the final index score. These scores can be categorized into low, medium, high, and do the visualizations for the by the scores for the which are insightful for the policymakers. So by using this methodology, we calculate the social vulnerability index for all Puerto Rico regions which are vulnerable for social and economic factors. For social economic vulnerability index, we choose four data sets, four variables which are social, economic, housing, and demographic. The social goes as the data includes in the social variable are male, female households with the kids and the disabilities of the according to the age and broadband access to the population. And for economic data set, we choose unemployment rate and poverty rate. And for housing data, we choose the houses which are built before 1980 and which are occupancy types, whether it is rented or the owned, and the households which has no vehicle and no phone access as well. And for demographic data, we choose all the male, female percentage and childhood percentage and old age percentage as well. By assigning all the weights and for the each subindex and the factors considering its importance to the vulnerability, we choose in the weights accordingly and initiated the final Sawyer index by grouping all subindexes into final index. From the next slide. After reaching the final scores, we got to know that the most social vulnerable municipalities are Gunica and Ponce municipalities, and more than 40 municipalities are socially vulnerable, ranging from a SOVI score of 0.39 to 0.46. By this, after calculating the SOVI index, we initiated the vulnerability of rising seas, which will be explained by my friend Abhishta.
Moving to the next slide, or the physical exposure data set. We have collected two shape files. One is from FEMA's flood zone layers, national flood hazard layers, and NOAA's sea level rise predictions of year 2100. As you can see on the screen over there, those are the different type of flood hazards, and we have separated them into different zones. All the zones that you see are the flood hazard have flood hazard risk of more than 1%. And here is the sea level rise of 7 feet. The reason we took 7 feet was it is the NOAA's year 2100's projection of how the sea level rise will happen. And this is for the municipality-wise visualization. And moving to the next slide, we basically did the same thing for the block group level. Now, what is a block group? A block group is the smallest geographical unit for which a Census Bureau provides sample data. And the reason we took block groups was we felt it would show more accuracy to show the more exposed areas. The four main components that we decided to choose for calculation of the VRS are the land exposed to flood zones and sea level rise, and population exposed to flood zones and sea level rise. And these block groups helps us keep the accuracy to the highest point rather than calculating it for the most whole municipality. Now, moving to the next slide. These are the four variables that I was talking about. The way we calculated these variables was we overlapped the flood zone layers to the Puerto Rico shape files in the block group level, and we did the same for the sea level rise as well. And we basically gave binary flags to one which represents the flood zone areas which overlap with the block groups, and similarly for the sea level rise. And basically we calculated the land percentage where it is exposed to the flood zones or the sea level rise, and the population percentage for each block group, and summed it up to the municipality wise. And we then initialized weights using analytic hierarchy process. We basically gave initial weights taking our team's consensus, and then we normalized and used pairwise calculations, and then we ended up with these weights for each variables, rounding up to 100%. And then moving to the next slide, after we have calculated the VRS score, you can see here the top 10 municipalities ranging from the highest VRS vulnerability to rising seas to the lowest. Now moving to the next slide will be continued by my teammate Pooja. She'll go through the SOVRS index.
Thank you, Abhishta. So, after calculating the SOVI index and the VRS index, we have combined both of them to calculate a comprehensive score, which is SOVIRS index, socio-economic vulnerability for adaptation to rising seas, which is our primary goal. This score evaluates not just evaluate how the municipality is exposed, but it also tells how well equipped a particular municipality is to adapt and recover from the flood or sea level rise in the future. So we have taken the 60% weight to SOVI and 40% weight to VRS, considering the importance of the population in the particular municipalities while still capturing the threats from the natural hazards. So this SOVIR score will give a quick, will act as a foundation and a starting point for the policymakers and governments to prioritize the municipalities that are at risk and provide the resources they need in case of floods and natural hazards. By combining these two scores, we have calculated the SOVIRS index. Now moving on to the next slide. After calculating the SOVIRS index, we have Goanica municipality, Vieques and Loiza being the top municipalities, considering they are most vulnerable with respect to the social vulnerability and physical exposure. And moving on to the next slide. Before going on to the dashboard that we have created, let me explain you to the two logical fields that we have incorporated in the dashboard. That are the first one is risk categories. We have divided the 78 Puerto Rican municipalities into 3 intuitive risk levels, namely adaptive, vulnerable, and highly at risk, based on the thresholds given here. So basically, this risk categorization allows the decision planners to take a quick overview on which municipality is at higher risk and prioritize it first, rather than looking into all the municipalities. And the second one I would like to discuss is adaptation insight that we have incorporated in the dashboard. Basically, this adaptation insights gives why a particular municipality is categorized into that particular risk, whether it weighs more on the social vulnerability or it weighs more on the physical exposure. And to add on that, we have added the recommendation insight, which gives a quick intervention to the particular municipality to take action. Moving on to the next slide, it will be the quick overview of the dashboard that we have developed using Tableau.
Excuse me. The audio is not.
Hello all, I am Pooja. Let me walk you through our interactive dashboard that we have developed, which visualizes the climatic risk across the Puerto Rican 78 municipalities. At the top, we have shown the three key maps for SOVI, VRS, and SOVIRs. On the right, left-hand side, we have shown the SOVI map, which reflects the social vulnerability, capturing indicators like income, housing, and demographic sensitivity. In the middle, we can see the VRS map, which highlights the physical exposure to coastal hazards such as flooding and sea level rise. On the right-hand side, we present the SOVIAS map, which is a combined risk assessment that integrates both the SOVI and VRS scores. At the bottom, we have our top 10 bar charts, which summarizes the most affected municipalities in each index, which acts as a quick visual reference to spot high priority zones. Let's focus on the Soviets map, where we have divided the each municipalities into three risk categories, namely adaptive, highly at risk, and vulnerable. Red represents the highly at risk areas, yellow represents the vulnerable areas, and green highlights the adaptive communities. Let me go through the map, and if I hover on particular municipality, for example, Goanica municipality, we can see that it falls under highly at risk category. The tooltip that we have developed not only just gives the scores of each indexes, it also gives an adaptation insight which explains the nature of the risk. Why we have categorized the particular municipality into that particular risk category. For example, we can see the Goanica, in which the adaptation insight says the high exposure and high social vulnerability. And we have also added the recommendation, which appears as combine combine both the infrastructure reinforcement with social support programs to facilitate that particular municipalities. This gives the plan. We believe that this gives the planners a clear direction on what type of intervention may be most effective. Now, if we can hover on the next municipalities, which is Loiza, we can see it has the high VRS score, but comparatively low SOVI score. So it gives the adaptation insight as physically exposed but moderate social resilience, along with the recommendation to invest in flood protection and evacuation planning rather than the social programs. So we believe that this overall dashboard doesn't just give the score risk, it explains, it recommends responses and support the data-driven equity focused planning for climate adaptation.
Moving on to the next slide. Yeah. So following up on the dashboard that we have shown just before, I would like to give quick insights that we have observed in the dashboard. We have observed the Goanica municipality is at higher risk, considering both social vulnerability and physical exposure to rising seas. And we also observed that the various municipalities have various risk profiles. For instance, if a municipality has high physical exposure, it may have strong social vulnerability index, which gives it a edge to quickly adapt in case of floods or any other natural hazards that will happen in the future. And we believe that we not only just calculated the scores, but we have also given the adaptation insights for each of the municipalities in the Puerto Rican region, so that they can use this dashboard to develop data-driven decisions and act immediately in case of any emergency issues. Moving on to the next slide will be continued by Sanjay.
Now, before discussing about the future scope of the project, as we discussed, we have calculated three indices, basically the SOVI, the VRS, and the SOVIAs. So SOVI basically tells the capacity of the municipality to respond. whether it has the economic ability to respond to the flood risk. And coming to the VRS is the physical exposure risk. It tells whether the municipality is at risk or not. So we got the risk assessment and also the socio-economic assessment of the municipality to discuss about the future scope to extend this project. So we can like include the distance metric so that we can tell that this particular municipality can adapt to this particular municipality when we have flood risk exposures and when that particular municipality is at risk. And one more future scope I want to discuss is like including spatial granularity in developing the indexes. Like we have calculated this particular index by taking overall view of one particular municipality. So it gives the broad view of every municipality, but not the granular view. So if further to take the project forward, so we can take the data at the block group level and create the same indexes, and which will be more pinpoint to the municipalities or that particular neighborhoods to be for the policy makers to just develop some essential infrastructure's capacities. And one more thing I want to add in the future scope is like incorporating infrastructure layers, like assessing the infrastructure capacity of every municipality, like the number of shelters in the municipality, the number of hospitals in that particular municipality. So considering these factors, we can assess the infrastructure capacity of each municipality or each block group in the municipality. So now incorporating this infrastructure layers can tell the policy makers that this like it's a flow. Like from SOBI index we got this municipality is like economically able or economically not stable, and with the VRS index we got that this is the physical exposure, like this municipality is at risk. Then comes the question where. So including distance metrics and also the infrastructure layers gives the complete picture to the policy makers to decide whether this municipality need to adapt. If it need to adapt, then where to adapt, and assessing the municipality's infrastructure layers. So as part of our future scope, we also worked on calculating the preparedness index. Next. So this is the work of our future scope. So we have calculated the preparedness index. We can also call it as readiness index or also the infrastructure index. So basically we collected the data from using API. We have collected the data for for every municipality, like the shelters, the number of shelters, the hospitals, the community centers, the schools, the government buildings. So we have collected, we have used these features because in terms of floods, in times of floods, so these can be used as the allocation centers for the flood risk victims. So this is the part of our future scope, and thank you very much.
Any questions?
There are several questions online. First one from anonymous attendee. I'm sorry if I miss anything. I feel it is similar to the previous presentation. Can you please summarize quickly what makes your project different from the previous one?
So the previous team and our team has the same name, SOVIARS, but their project is mainly focusing on the rising seas, and our project focuses on the adaptation to the rising seas. That's why we had a preparedness index to show, and also the adaptation insights for when there is a hazard happening.
Next question from Mahendra Dhoni. Amazing. Just one question. How did you calculate weights and indices? Can you show the formula?
For the VRS, we used analytic hierarchy process. So we basically created a 4x4 matrix. The 4 variables that we chose to calculate the VRS score, and we had our team give the scores to each variable, and then we prepared pairwise comparisons, and then the completeness index I think was around 0.03, which was less than 0.10, which made us sure that the weights were aligning with our methodology. And for the SOVI,
it's the same methodology for the SOVIs. Like basically, first we collect the data according to the features we need. Then we assign weights. Then we normalize in the scale of min-max scaling, like 0 to 1. Then we like for calculating SOVI, SOVIAs, we took 60% weight to SOVI because it's more, the project is more dependent on adaptation. And then for VRS, we took 40% of weightage. Then we have calculated the SOVI index according to the weights.
Another point I want to add to the VRS scoring is we gave more score to population based rather than land exposed, because our main priority are the people at risk.
Okay, got some more anonymous attendees. I don't know if it's the same person or different. First question says, excellent presentation, very thorough and data-driven. You mentioned using the analytic hierarchy process for weight assignment. Did you perform a sensitivity analysis to see how changing weights would affect rankings?
We did not actually. We just checked the completeness index, and we actually changed a few ratings, but we haven't done the sensitive analysis.
And one last one here from another anonymous attendee. Great presentation. How did you address potential overlaps or double counting when aggregating block level data to the municipality level?
So this is the only gap that we were not sure how to tackle, but we were pretty sure that it is more accurate than calculating it for the whole municipality, because in one of the municipalities, if the flood hazard zone is at just one point of the municipality, we can't just show the vulnerability score or the SOVI score for the whole municipality rather than just the land or the people exposed to that particular area. So this answers.
I want to add to this, like as we discussed in our future scope, and also we have addressed this in the data quality issues. So this was our approach beginning to the project, but after different meetings with the clients, so we got to do it to the municipality level, and this we have addressed in the future scope, like increasing the granularity of the collecting data in the block groups. So it will be the future scope of the project.
Thank you. All right, no questions online. How about in the auditorium?
Question in the auditorium. Question in the auditorium. Going once, twice, and three. There's no question in the auditorium.
All right, thank you, Team Soviars. Next up, Team CDBG funds, please meet in front. Into the mic like this. So just always remember to hold it very close. Okay, start.
Today, I'm very excited to walk you through our project, tracking CDBG funds in Puerto Rico and its impact on housing reconstruction, repair, and relocation. The main aim of our project is to uncover how funds have been managed and flown into Puerto Rico, especially in wake of their disaster recovery efforts. So here's our agenda. First, we would like to introduce our teammates and our partner organization, Sembrando Sentido. And then we would like to walk you through our data sources, the pre-processing steps, and finally, we would like to showcase our dashboards that have that we've created and also wrap up with the future work. My name is Pujita. I am the Scrum Master.
Hi, my name is Peter. I'm the product owner.
I'm Shravya. I am a developer.
Hi, my name is Sai Dhanush. I'm the developer. Sriram, I'm a developer.
I'm Biswajit and I'm also the developer.
So our client, Sembrando Sentido, they are a non-profit organization in Puerto Rico, and they work on promoting transparent, ethical, and data-driven decision making. They also advocate for communities to ask for better solutions for their problems in the island. They work on anti-corruption, civic technologies, and data-driven advocacy. And our aim is to support them through this project by showing how the funds have been flown and managed in the wake of disaster recovery.
Thank you. Now, going into our problem statement, I just want to start off by saying I think it's really interesting that there's a lot of work that a lot of people have done regarding Puerto Rico, and it's kind of it kind of goes to show that it's a very high impact area in terms of there's a lot of work been done on flood analysis, a lot of work that's been done looking at the combination of rising sea levels and high impact areas, and our work builds off of that kind of idea, but looking at in terms of the finances and how funds have been allocated for Puerto Rico. So the main issue is that there's often a lack of funding, or there's funding that's being misallocated. So our work aims to look and uncover these funds through multiple different stages of the CDBG process, specifically for the R3 program, which is the repair, reconstruction, and reallocation efforts for these different funds. And kind of what I mentioned, why this matters is that there's often a lag between the different funds that are set to be distributed out and the actual impact that these funds have in Puerto Rico. And there's large data challenges with kind of the transparency of looking at how these funds are being distributed. And this is because a lot of the data is fragmented. So you'll see that a big part of our project is kind of bringing in a large amount of data together into a single environment in order to have a full picture for the multiple stage development of the CDBG project. And our objective is to bring you a Tableau dashboard and visualizations in order to conduct transparency analysis, look at down trials, grant performance, etc., and provide this information for our stakeholder and clients, and just open transparency for the people of Puerto Rico to kind of look at and see how these funds are being allocated towards their cause. So about some of the data sources that we've gathered. Data sources include FEMA, which is, of course, data that gives us information on the different natural disasters. USA Spending, which gives us information on awards, transactions, sub-awards, funding accounts, procurements and contracts, which gives us information on the different agencies that receive these funds. HUD gives us information on grant history, finances, monthly expenditure, and it's interesting. HUD actually, some of the information we gathered the data just in time because the data online was kind of removed with kind of the climate going on here. But additional data that we have, PRDOH, gives us information on quarterly reports, which is where we draw a lot of our KPI metrics and budget and down draw information. And then the R3 information is information that gives us data on how funds are being distributed across different areas geographically in Puerto Rico, and parsing it out between repair, reconstruction, and reallocation, and where those funds are being sent. So going to the full architecture of our top-down process, it starts off with bringing in unstructured data. And as I mentioned, there's multiple different data sources. So there's multiple different methods where we're extracting this data. And we're utilizing a variety of different types of tools. And then we bring it into a data source, which we push. And we utilize George Mason's Hopper cluster. And GMU's Hopper cluster is basically a virtual environment where you could utilize things like job scheduling and cloud resources in order to run a architecture environment. And the data comes in Hopper and it's processed. It's streamlined through job scheduling, and then it's pushed through our Postgres server, which is hosted on AWS. And then that data goes and feeds our Tableau dashboard for final product of a data visualization platform to analyze the transparency efforts for the CDBG funds. So going to detail into the data processing, as I mentioned, there's multiple different data sources, and they require different types of collection. So FEMA and USA spending, we collect that data using API REST calls, and oftentimes we're chaining multiple API calls. For PDFs, for the PRDOH reports, we're parsing that out, and we're using OCR models, which are models that convert image data into text, because a lot of the PDFs are just require that additional processing because it's not formatted in text. It's mostly like images. And we're also, for the website, we're grabbing the procurements data using Selenium as well as Beautiful Soup for dynamic and static extraction. And just CSV files that we're also extracting, which kind of makes things easier. Things like HUD and the housing index data gave us that information through CSVs. And for the processing and cleaning steps, a lot of the data had encoding issues, so we have to fix those UTF encoding issues in order to push it to our Postgres server. We parse out the JSON data and convert it into a more tabular form. Normalizing and cleaning the data, kind of standard, like removing anything that shouldn't be like in the data. Handling OCR issues. The OCR models are not perfect, so they have some issues that we often have to go in, identify, and correct in an automated way. And then standardizing column names, as well as doing feature engineering, which is just creating additional columns from the data that we have for bringing in additional information that we are interested in to visualize in our dashboards, and just doing additional processing like reshaping wide data sets into long formats for easier processing. And then kind of the final steps to our workflow is two pieces. The data integration piece is Tableau. We basically, this is a large part of the project where we're trying to find the connections between those different data sources, because you could imagine we have multiple data sources scattered across the web, across multiple different government agency sites. So looking at different unique identifiers and how those things connect together, so we could cross-reference the data and say, okay, this information from HUD is talking about this exact information from Puerto Rico's Department of Housing. That's a large part of what we're doing here. And you can see we've connected some of the data together, like the HUD and PRDOH data on grant numbers, FEMA and HUD, USA spending and contracts. And like I mentioned, this gives us kind of like a top-down view and a more complete view of the data for our efforts with visualizations. And then we also streamlined multiple pieces of the data, not all of them, but multiple pieces of the data. And the streamlining is done basically bringing in data from our Postgres server into our Hopper cluster environment within Python, using packages that allow us to extract the data directly and push it into a pandas format. The Hopper cluster allows us to create scheduled scripts. So essentially, we're taking the scripts, we're running them, as we're running them, we're regathering or collecting new data, and we're comparing it to the state of the Postgres server to see and make sure there's no overlapping data. And then new data we push directly and feed it into our Tableau servers. And now Sai will be taking over, and this is where we go into the discussion of the different visualizations and dashboards that we've developed.
So I'll be talking about housing and urban department dashboard. So you can see that this is the first half of the dashboard, and in the top you can see the 4 KPI metrics. And HUD awarded $12 billion to Puerto Rico State, and in which 8.3 was utilized. That is what you see in the second KPI. And in third KPI, you can see that $3.93 billion was unspent. And so efficiency is about 67%. So I can say that the HUD funds were pretty efficiently utilized. And in the center, you can see that there is a comparison bar plot which shows that which grant got most of the fundings. And the bar plot shows the top 5 grants that and finally you see a line plot where the cumulative amount spent over the time, which starts from 2017, and you can see that there is a sudden rise in 2020. That is typically because the disaster occurred in 2018 and 2019, and over the period of time it's been constant, but you can see that there is a slight dip in 2023 and 2024 and 2025. So this is how the entire dashboard of HUD looks like, and Pujita will be continuing the user spending dashboard.
So this dashboard gives an overview of how the federal funds have been obligated to Puerto Rico. So around $21.9 billion has been obligated to Puerto Rico, but only $4.67 billion have been dispersed for the projects. You can also see that there's a peak in monthly obligations in around 2021. That is due to the disaster recovery efforts that needed more funds after that. And you can also see that most of the funds have been awarded for disaster assistance and community development, which is in line with the needs of an island with disasters that need recovery efforts. So the next half, you can see that the top municipalities and organizations that have received like the lion's share of amount is the Office of the Commissioner for Municipal Affairs,
but then it steadily declined since then, implies that there are delays in the fund disbursement and lack of follow through. So these concerning trends requires more proactive more proactive drawdown strategies, and also simplifying administrative procedures to make sure that these obligated funds reach the community that need them the most. So next slide will be explained by Sriram.
Hello everyone. Let me walk you through this interactive dashboard built for analyzing R3 contracts and managers. Moving on to the top left, you have the contract numbers along with their year of execution date, and right next to it, the end dates color coded from blue to red, where the blue shows the expired of the distributed funds. And yeah, the assignment types of the pie chart. Well, there are the disaster recovery, mitigation, disaster recovery and mitigation combined. Selecting any of these also makes changes just like the previous visualizations. And also you can see the legend on the right. You can see the end date, the top, which is refers to the contracts and the duration, and also the assignments, which is refers to the pie chart, and also the contract number, which relates to the center tabular and the total amount. So this dashboard doesn't just present data; it's for it also allows the user to analyze, explore from different multiple angles, and making it an effective tool for oversight, transparency, and planning. Thank you. Next slide will be explained by Biswajit.
Thank you. So coming to the R3 dashboard, so this R3 was launched by Puerto Rico Department of Housing to serve extensively for the severely damaged houses for Hurricane Irma, Maria, and other earthquakes, mainly to repair, reconstruct, and relocate the houses. So as you can see with the dashboard over here, you have few particulars such as active applicants and priority applications having around 12,300 and also 10,700 over as priority applications. Next to it, you can see the construction status of how many are completed over 7,400, and next to that, you can also see the eligibility status of how many are eligible over 12,000 and how many are also ineligible. Very less seem to be ineligible. Those are 21. And below that, you can see the awards types and the total count as well, with the total awards and the total repair counts and the total reconstruction and the total relocation vouchers as the horizontal bar chart. And below them is the main part of this stage of the project, or the geographical maps. So that will be reconstruction and repair map and the relocation map, where the both maps are interactive. And for the reconstruction repair map, you can see the blue dots are for the reconstruction and the orange dots are for the repair. And same approach goes for the relocation map as well. So you can see the clusters as well towards more of the San Juan area and towards the west and the east. So those are the places where more of the activities of reconstruction or the repair has been happened. And to make this more interactive and lively, we have kept a search option where you can go through from the street level to every municipality of the Puerto Rico region with the reconstruction, repair, and relocation status. And we have, on a positive note, we have also got a formal email response from the PRDH complaints manager itself for the further enhancements for the getting the low-level data for us. So next slides will be explained by Sai Dhanush.
So you might be seeing all the dashboards, but you might be wondering why there is a difference in amount. I'll help you why there is a difference in the amount, because it is the same Iceland, same disaster, but totally different amounts, right? So the main reason is we'll talk about the user spending. The user spending data consists of multiple agencies, that is HUD, FEMA, and SBA, and the time period was from 2008 to 2024. But whereas when it comes to HUD and PROD, they are individual agencies, and their time period was around 2016 to 2024. So that is the reason why you see the difference in the amount in different dashboards. So coming to the project summary, to wrap up things, our main goal was to create a transparency, monitoring, accountability portal for the federal disaster recovery in Puerto Rico. And the key findings were that we found out that there were discrepancies in federal funding because PROD only utilized 5.55% of the funds, and the data was fragmented and asynchronous. So that made the discrepancies in the funds, and you can see that some of the major grants were underspending, and the spending stalled after 2019, and so the dashboard enables the real-time tracking of the awards and the obligations and the drawdowns. So coming to the future work, we felt that these were the areas which could be worked on. So the first thing is integrating the data using APIs, doing the near real-time tracking, and enhancing the existing dashboards, creating maps based on the construction status visualizations, and today we are using Hopper, but we could move on to AWS Lambda so that we can do real-time streaming. And the another future work that could be done was to do predictive modeling, use ML models to forecast the drawdowns, bottlenecks, and delays. And the final one is data enrichment, because like FEMA and census and climate risk data for richer insights. So that's the wrap of the project, and thank you. Thank you for your time and attention in exploring Puerto Rico recovery story. Thank you so much. The team is open for questions and feedback.
Okay, so first an apology to the folks that are online. We had a live stream failure during the presentation, so we could hear the presentation in the room, but unfortunately it cut out for portions of this presentation, so we apologize for that. I do have an anonymous attendee, and their question is, your dashboards are visually clean, data rich, and intuitively structured. It's clear a lot of work went into creating something that's both insightful and accessible. Your dashboards identify unspent balances and low utilization grants. Did your team consider including a metric or model to predict why some grants are underutilized? If not, how might you approach that in future work?
I could take that on. We did consider it. We think there was some limitations regarding the data and how much data was available and how much data was missing. But I thought it would be interesting to kind of augment this research by looking at different counties within Puerto Rico, and maybe making indexes based off of disasters as well, and then seeing where there's areas that are highly at risk, kind of similar to some of the other work that other people have done, but seeing where areas are most highly at risk after a disaster, and then seeing where funds could be better utilized using some sort of linear optimization approach would be what I was considering.
Okay. Another question from Andrea Del Carpio Gomez. Great presentation. The Tableau visualizations are really well done and make the findings accessible. I'm curious, and I might have missed it due to the technical issue online. Was any modeling or testing incorporated into the project for future data?
There was no statistical modeling. The focus was mostly, the big focus on this project was mostly the streamlining and integration of, the multiple different data sources, and focused on kind of the scraping of the data and creating the logic for being able to dynamically scrape multiple different data sources. No modeling was done, and like I mentioned, we think this data could maybe be augmented with some additional data from FEMA that maybe doesn't look directly at CDBG funds, but can nevertheless provide us some sort of ability to do statistical modeling, but no statistical modeling was done through this process.
Okay. A lot of good questions online right now. So Bharath Raju says, given the inconsistencies in fragmentation in data, how did you ensure the reliability of your integrated data set? Were there any conflicts in reported figures, and how did you resolve them?
I can take that. There were multiple conflicts, and there were multiple duplicate entries in the Excel files, and we had to go use Python and rename it and group all the similar fields. That is what we did, and also you have an option in Tableau to group all the similar fields and do the visualizations. So that was easy to do it.
Okay. Next question from Lorena Molina Irizarry. Can you also share opportunities to overlay with USA spending data?
Well, we integrate USA spending data in our dashboard. I guess I don't fully understand the question.
Just reading as I see it.
We have USA spending integrated in our data. If there's anything I could clarify, I'd be happy to.
Okay. Well, I'll wait for the person to clarify if they want. From Eva Villalon Solar, on behalf of Sembrando Sentido, we sincerely congratulate Team CDBG funds on completing the program and achieving the ambitious goals set for this project. We truly appreciate your dedication and wish you all the best in your future endeavors. We hope our paths cross again and that we have the opportunity to collaborate in the future. So that was your partner.
We'd like to thank them all. Thank you.
And let's see, last online questions from Sai. Well, I got some more here. Sai Samir, great presentation and conclusion overall. Can you explain about the challenges in handling asynchronous data? Great presentation and conclusion overall.
Yeah, like in terms of the data streamlining, some of the difficulties that we've had to face, a lot of like the PDF data was like pretty unstructured, and some of it involved maybe creating indicators when there's new information to bring, because you're looking at multiple data sources across different types of like scraping methods. For instance, the API data, that's straightforward because you can just bring in that data just by querying based off of the previous date that you've queried before and just only querying new data. Some of the other data, like on PRDOH, actually involved iterating and doing multiple iterations using for making HTTP requests using a large combination of different requests, because there's no single source, no single parent source that you could point to and say where this is the data, this is where the information came from. So those are the kinds of challenges that we faced with extraction of data. So it required a lot of running for a while in computation, which is why we kind of also used Hopper for both the job scheduling process and for being able to run it in the background.
Okay. And here is a clarification from the previous question from Lorena Irizarry. I meant the new Puerto Rican profile data that is overlaid with CRE resilience estimates. So that was in response to her question about, can you also share opportunities to overlay with USA spending data?
I think we're not directly familiar with that, unless you have anything directly familiar with that, but that would certainly be, sounds like something that would be interesting to bring into our platform. We would just look at the data.
Okay. All right. No more questions online. How about in the auditorium?
Yeah, in case all the questions have not been asked, and a question in the auditorium. Werner, there's a no.
I have one.
Okay.
And this is a very simple question, but I think you touched on it. You mentioned that you weren't quite sure where the data had come from or its history, so it's a lineage problem. Would you agree with that, that was part of what you were seeing, the lineage of the data?
I guess in terms of like where the data came from, can you?
It's historical perspective, how
Right.
it's been touched, how it's changed over time. Would you agree that that was a problem or you feel that's a problem?
Yeah, definitely. Like, it's like also part of the, like, of course, part of the transparency, and transparency goes as far as how accurate the data is, how much you could trust the data, how the data has been gathered, and of course, there's always those kinds of concerns in terms of understanding the data gathering process and the estimations and everything, because of course we did see some data was missing, so it kind of also puts into question a little bit about like how accurate that data is, but that's also part of our findings. That's also part of what we see. Okay, like there's some missing data here, so we're not getting the full picture, and this is something that we could kind of like point to and ask about how this data was gathered, etc. But that's definitely something that was in the back of our heads.
Okay, and one last question is that because this comes from multiple data sources, did we have any insight into the governance of how that data was, the things that are being enforced on that data and these various different data owners?
Sorry, I couldn't hear that last part.
Did we have any insight into the data governance of these various data sources that we're pulling the data from? And data governance in the sense of how it's handled, who controls it, processes that they use.
In terms of the processes, well, each independent government agency works to provide that data, whether it's like HUD, housing and urban development, works to gather that data. It would be similar to like how like the census data gathers their data based off of their records, because they're the ones directly distributing these funds. For instance, HUD is directly involved with distributing these funds. So I assume the process would be just based off of they would data gather as they provide these resources and do this information. And I think FEMA's pretty well in terms of like the information that they have, and that could be cross-referenced online. You could see like different information on the different disasters and how largely impactful those disasters were. You could probably do like and we've looked at like online research, just looking at online research for these different disasters, and then seeing what the FEMA data shows, for instance.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you, team.
Gosh.
Good job.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, Team Satellite FBI. Please meet me down at the stage. Hold on.
That works. Oh, sorry.
So, each side's gets their own mic. Just remember to hold it real close like this so the people online can hear you. We've got these speakers, but the problem is if you hold it down here, the folks, believe it or not, this little bit of difference makes it hard for the people online to hear through the live stream. So just always remember to, like you're going to swallow the thing, right? Are you guys going to start the clicker on that side? Or?
Probably this side.
So, let me get the thing up here. So, they look up here and show the function of the photo, maybe you'll get something on your cover. Make sure you go real quick, because it's with the black bar. A little more. And I'll signal you guys when I start. And start.
Hello, everyone. We are Team Satellite FBI, and today we are excited to present our work on identifying field boundaries and calculating acreage using Sentinel-2 satellite images and computer vision. Our project was guided by Dr. Bhattacharya and supported by Dr. Lance Sherry, our partner. And here's our team, and I'm Venkat, and I've worked as a Scrum Master for this project. Here's a quick look at what we are going to cover today. We're going to go through the core problem that we have aimed to solve, to the approach, solutions, and then how we have evaluated the solution. Before we dive in, I would like to mention about ActGenius, a company founded in 2023. It leverages AI to provide real-time insights on crop yields, and they're also our partner. Now, imagine you're a commodities trader. So imagine you're a commodities trader, a Wall Street wolf. Basically, you want to know whether the soybeans are going to soar like a SpaceX launch, or if the rice paddies are going to leave you high and dry. And to answer these kind of questions, you basically need three critical data points. Exactly how many acres of field is in play, what's poking through the soil, and how well are the plants doing. Now, to get these kind of numbers, typically you need to send people out into the field to conduct surveys and collect the information. But this process is slow, it's expensive, and it's not that accurate. But what if there's a better way? So ActGenius proposed a solution to use drones equipped with hyperspectral cameras to conduct surveys and collect this information. But these drones need to know which fields to survey, and that's where our project begins. So we have explored three different algorithms which can be applied to Sentinel-2 satellite images to identify where the crops are, draw their boundaries, and calculate how big they are. And we have done this all without setting foot on the ground. Next, Kumar is going to walk you through the approach.
Hello, everyone. Myself, Sai Kumar, and I'm one of the developers of this project. For the approach, first, we focused on a small region, which is Huron County in Michigan State. Next, we obtained the Sentinel-2 satellite images for the selected region. Once we got the images, we investigated three different boundary detection algorithms, which are K-means clustering, Watershed, and counter-based. Finally, once we got the results, we evaluated with a single source of truth to measure the accuracy. This is a Sentinel-2 satellite image of Huron County. These images are captured once in 5 days with the 13 different spectral bands. And this data is publicly available in Amazon S3 bucket. For the field identification, we use the Sentinel-2 images that contains 13 spectral bands. The third image is a NDVI image. To get an NDVI image, we use the Sentinel-2 image that contains red and NRA bands. Using an NDVI formula, we can get an NDVI masked image. In the next slide, there's a small demo about how computer vision works and few terms we used.
In agriculture, computer vision means from space.
Our planet looks like a patchwork of greens and browns. But with the power of computer vision, we can look deeper, seeing not just land, but living, evolving crop fields. In agriculture, computer vision means using images from satellites like Sentinel-2 to identify patterns in crops, detect field boundaries, and monitor growth over time. It's how machines see and interpret the land. This technology helps estimate acreage, manage irrigation, detect stress, and ultimately support smarter, more sustainable farming. To understand how this works, let's take a quick look at a few key terms used in this project. First is NDVI, the Normalized Difference Vegetation Index. It's a way of measuring plant health by comparing how plants reflect visible and near-infrared light. The greener the NDVI, the healthier the vegetation. Next, we use morphological operations, simple yet powerful tools from image processing to help us clean and shape the data. Two key techniques are erosion and dilation. Erosion removes small specks or noise by shrinking the boundaries of objects, kind of like trimming off the rough edges. Dilation, on the other hand, does the opposite. It expands regions, helping to close tiny holes or gaps. When used together, they make the outlines of crop fields cleaner, clearer, and easier to detect. These concepts give us the foundation to extract meaningful boundaries from satellite images, transforming raw data into valuable agricultural insight. In the next section, we'll explore how these ideas come together in various algorithms to achieve our objectives.
Next, Monica is going to explain about the solution.
Hi everyone, my name is Monica and I'm a developer for our project, and I'll be walking us through the Section 3 solutions where we're looking at the 3 boundary detection algorithms to investigate. So the 3 that we're looking at today are the contour-based image processing method, the Watershed method, and lastly is the K-means method, which we'll be looking at first today. So the K-means NDVI crop mask method. So for some context, we need to understand what K-means is first, and we can do that by using this dot grid representation. And so if you look at the left side with the grayscale dot grid, you can imagine it as a satellite image, and each dot represents a pixel. The important thing to note here is that each pixel contains growth pattern information, which looks like a curve on a line graph. And so basically, K-means is going to come in and it's going to look at this image and all of its rows and its columns, and it's going to start to group together the pixels that seem to share similar growth patterns. And if you look in the after image, you'll see that K-means has assigned 4 colors to this image, red, green, blue, and yellow. And that just means that the pixels were put into 4 groups. And if we look at the yellow group of pixels, after some analysis, we can see that their growth pattern is very similar to that of a corn crop's growth pattern. And so we can reasonably call it a corn crop cluster. And if we look at the red pixels, we notice that their growth pattern is very similar to that of an apple crop. So we can call that the apple crop cluster. If we look at the blue pixels, we see that their growth pattern is a lot flatter, more reminiscent of something like ocean water. And since we know that we're specifically looking for cropland, we know to filter out the blue pixels, the ocean water cluster, and use the first 2 for our analysis. And so that's basically the logic of this method. And so we're going to set it up by loading in Sentinel-2 satellite images, 1 for each month between April to August. We're going to match each image and their bands in size, resolution, and projection to the reference image. And after those images are aligned, we're going to be calculating the NDVI on every single pixel for each image. And an example, an NDVI grid map is generated each time, which can be seen in the bottom corner. And so 5 of those maps are stacked, 1 for each month. And a 3D stack is built to store that information. It'll then be flattened into a 2D format to be processed by K-means. As for the cluster recommendation logic, this is where we're using K-means to group pixels based on their NDVI change over the month. So basically, the pixels that share similar seasonal growth patterns get clustered together. And we can see this chart is generated to visualize the results of K-means clustering. And we're basically only going to look at anything above the 0 mark, because anything below can be filtered out as dirt or rocks or soil. But anything above can be seen as cropland. And we can read any of these top curves and extract different types of metrics, like the maximum, the standard deviation, and the minimum. And we're going to take these metrics and compare them against the typical growth patterns of the most common crops in Huron County. And if there's any overlap, if any of these cluster curves match the growth pattern of a crop, then we can assign it to that crop, which can be seen in the cluster to crop assignment printout on the next image. And as for the crop mass generation step, this is where we're going to take the assigned clusters from the slide before, and we're going to determine use them to determine whether or not a pixel is cropland. And if it is cropland, then it gets assigned to the mask. Filters are also applied to remove anything like buildings or roads or wetlands that seem to have similar reflectance to cropland, but definitely are not. And after the initial crop mask is generated, it's going to be a bit noisy, a bit messy. So we're going to use techniques like morphological operations and aspect ratio filtering to clean it up. And a road mask is overlaid on top afterwards to regain any natural field boundaries. And this is what the final crop mask looks like. I'll be passing it on now to my teammate Lynn to explain the next method.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lynn. I am a developer of Team Satellite FBI. I'll be explaining method 2. So what is contour-based segmentation? Let's look at those two images first. In the first image, we have a tiger in a grass field. In the second image, it shows the result of contour-based segmentation. We detected the tiger shape by detecting the dramatic color change between the tiger and the grass. Now let's talk about how it's done in our project. First, we apply NDVI mask filtering. NDVI value is basically a health checkup for vegetation. The higher the NDVI value is, the more green the area is, the more likely it is a crop field. We filter the fields by selecting the higher NDVI values. Next, we pre-process the image. So how do we get to this final image result? First, we normalize the pixels to the same scale to make the data workable and consistent. Second, we convert the previous color image to black and white to make the brightness change more obvious to the edge detection method. Third, we apply bilateral filtering to reduce noise while preserving the edges. Finally, we apply morphological closing to close any small gaps in the edges to create those continuous boundaries. We use canny edge detector to detect the edges based on those boundaries. It is like drawing the outline of shapes in your coloring book, like showing in this image. After detecting the edges, we have the field contours and we're ready to extract them. But before we do that, we need to filter out the roads by looking for very rectangular, almost square shapes. Eventually, finally, we extract fields in this format, which is easily understood by the accuracy calculation and acreage calculation later. Now I'm passing it on to my teammate Venkata.
So the final method that we have explored is watershed segmentation. But what exactly is watershed segmentation? So this algorithm basically considers any image as a topography and it assigns different heights to different pixels based on their intensities. Now in this image, you can see different peaks and valleys. They are nothing but the intensities assigned to each pixel. And one more thing that we need to consider are markers. So markers are nothing but the starting points for the algorithm. So starting from the marker, the algorithm floods the entire image with different colors. And wherever two separate floods meet, that's where it draws a boundary. And that's basically how watershed segmentation works. Similar to the other methods, we've applied the NDVI filter here as well, but there is a small change. So we have applied the NDVI filter only in the range of 0.4 to 0.85 because usually crops have an NDVI value from 0.22 all the way up to 0.9, but 0.2 to 0.4, these values correspond to crops that have just been planted or plants that are just started to grow. And any meaningful growth comes anywhere between this filter. And after applying the NDVI mask, we have to normalize it and we could generate a binary mask, as you can see in the second picture. Now the binary mask still has a lot of noise, some stray pixels, unnecessary roads, which needs to be cleaned out. So for that, we have applied some morphological operations, specifically the opening, which is nothing but erosion followed by dilation. And this has been done twice. Even after morphological operations, we are still left with tiny specks of stray pixels, and that can be removed using the small object removal function. And once the binary mask is ready, we compute the distance transform. And this why we do the distance transform is to extract the markers. And once we get the markers, we can apply the watershed segmentation. And as you can see in this image, different segments have been identified based on the color gradients. And from this segmented image, we can finally extract the field boundaries. And on the left side, you can see the zoomed in image, which shows different fields and their identified boundaries. Next, I'm going to pass it to Monica for acreage calculation.
Now that we've finished looking at all three of the methods, we can take a look at how acreage calculation is applied. And so basically all three of these methods are expected to output a binary crop mask as a result, which can be saved as a GeoTIFF file. And we can open this file in the mapping program QGIS. And while we're there, we can use the polygonize tool to convert that raster crop mask into a vector image output with vectorized boundaries. From there, we can use the QGIS field calculator tool to compute the acreage of crop fields upon those boundaries. And on QGIS, there is a full list of all identified cropland and their corresponding acreage. But for the example here, you can see the red highlighted crop and its acreage of 505. I'll now pass it on to Arshad to explain the evaluation.
Hello everyone, I'm Mohammad Arshad, and in this section we'll be evaluating our accuracy calculation, and we'll be checking our algorithms, how well our algorithms performed. USDA cropland data layer is the raster-based data layer produced by US Department of Agriculture, and each pixel is manually labeled and color coded based on the land cover category, such as crop, forest, and water bodies. And we are considering this data set as ground truth reference when assessing accuracy of boundary detection models. And these are the side-by-side images of Sentinel-2 and CDL images trimmed to Huron County. On the right-hand side, it is the Sentinel-2 image, which shows the actual image of the Sentinel-2 image. And on the left-hand side, we have a CDL image. Moving forward, to calculate the accuracy, we have developed three accuracy calculation methods: intersection over union, field noise calculation, and pixel group calculation, which will be further explained by Melissa.
Hi everyone, my name is Melissa and I'm the product owner for this project, and I'm going to walk you through how we evaluated each of our methods. So as Arshad mentioned, we have three calculations that we used. The first one is our intersection over union calculation. Now, when you think about our algorithms, they have to do two main tasks. They have to first identify cropland, and then they need to be able to successfully segment that cropland into individual fields. So our intersection over union calculation is evaluating that first task. Essentially what it does is it takes our ground truth, which is our CDL image, and it compares it to the outputs from each of our algorithms, and it determines how much cropland our algorithm was able to correctly identify. And it spits out a score between 0 and 1. 1 means a perfect match. Basically, all cropland was correctly identified. So the closer the score is to 1, the better. Next, we want to see how well our algorithms correctly segmented distinct crop fields. So we have a field noise calculation and a pixel group calculation. Just at a very high level, a field noise calculation essentially looks at each field that was identified by a model, and it determines how many of those pixels did we expect to be in a different field based on our ground truth. Now, for this score, a lower score would be better. Field noise of 0% means that no inaccurate pixels were inappropriately included in a field. For our pixel group calculation, this is essentially the opposite of the field noise calculation. We can think of this as a measure of improper exclusion. So when you have a field, you expect certain pixels to be in that field. This calculation looks at the pixels in each field and it determines how many of the expected pixels were grouped into that same field. For this score, we would want a higher score, something close to 100%. So now that we have walked through our different calculations, we can see how our models compare to each other. Now, I know this is a lot, but we will start on the left here with k-means. So immediately we can see that the IOU score for k-means was very high, which means that it was able to identify more cropland than the other two fields at almost 70%. And this is visually represented in the image below. You can see all of that purple in Huron County was correctly identified cropland. So that's good. However, it did have very high field noise. So it oftentimes grouped together fields that weren't supposed to be grouped together. If we move to our contour-based method, it was not as good at identifying cropland. It only identified 24.5% of cropland, but the field noise was lower, which means it was better at differentiating between different fields. And the pixel group scores for both k-means and contour base were very high, which means pixels were not being inappropriately left out of fields that they were expected to be in. Lastly, we have the Watershed method, which also had sort of a low IOU score, but this one had a very low noise score as well. And this is good. This means that it wasn't improperly grouping fields together. It's very good at defining distinct fields. The pixel group score was a little bit lower, which isn't as good. That means that maybe it over-segmented and divided some fields where it wasn't supposed to. But overall, based on our three methods, we noted that there were distinct strengths and weaknesses of each. And we would actually recommend sort of a combination of methods to perform an optimized task. So for instance, maybe start with a k-means method to identify cropland, and then from there, use some combination of contour-based or watershed methods in order to identify distinct fields within that cropland. So lastly, we want to talk a little bit about some future work that could be performed here. One of our first items is in regards to analyzing the images themselves. So we noticed that some crops like winter wheat and sugar beet looked very similar to like forest and other non-crop fields. And it was a little difficult to use NDVI to differentiate between those two. So more work could potentially be performed there to better distinguish between those two types of crops versus forest and other non-crop land. Also, we think that there is an appetite here to potentially do some actual crop type identification. We were able to segment between fields, but maybe having some machine learning algorithm that can actually understand what crops are growing within each field is a future endeavor that can be performed here. And then lastly, we can explore combinations of different algorithms. We kind of touched on this earlier. Our project looked at each algorithm individually, but we think that there's opportunity to combine algorithms and create a more optimized result. So that is the end of our presentation, and we will open it up for questions now. Thank you.
All right, I have one question online from Sai Samir. Great introduction and presentation overall. Can you give some information about the algorithm or algorithms used in NDVI mask filtering?
So, so the NDVI mask filtering, we did not use any specific algorithms. It is something that's I mean, it's already available in Python in specific packages such as OpenCV. We can so basically for NDVI we use band 4 and band 8. So we apply a formula band 8 minus band 4 by band 8 plus band 4, and this can be directly done by loading the raster images in Python and applying the formula. It's quite simple. There is no specific algorithms that are applied here.
Thank you.
All right. We're back to the auditorium.
Yep.
Sometime today, someone is going to have some questions. No?
Oh, you missed Lance.
Oh, Lance.
All right, hello. It's really nice to see you guys in person. We've met over the weeks on Zoom, so it's always better in person. So first, thank you guys for a great semester. It's been quite a journey, and so I think we've all learned a lot. So a question related to your hybrid approach. Can you just step us through how would that procedurally work?
So right now we have used k-means clustering for finding out the way to identify the fields. So, for example, in order to apply the NDVI mask, we used k-means to figure out what kind of range we need to include for the NDVI. Let's say 0.4 to 0.8 or 0.4 to 1, whatever it is. So for that, we can use k-means because it's really good at identifying distinct fields. And after that, we can use, let's say, watershed segmentation, because after we've initially created the mask, we need to identify the fields, segment them properly. And watershed segmentation, it was really good at segmenting because it has very low field noise. So we can use initially k-means and then a watershed segmentation to identify the fields. This kind of combinations can be used, Professor.
All right, good, thank you. And then just a follow-on question: how does this process treat fallow fields? Are the fields that are fallow for a season, are they not counted at all?
Yes. So when we apply the NDVI mask, so the fallow fields usually don't have very less crops or almost no crops. So that's where the NDVI range that we have mentioned before comes into picture. So usually the crops or any green crops, they usually come under 0.2 to 0.9. But in all three methods, we have used the starting point as 0.4. So most of the fallow fields can be excluded in that initial range, 0.2 to 0.3.
Right, good. Thank you very much. And congratulations and good luck to all of you.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you.
All right. Questions? Thank you, team.
Thank you.
Okay, team boundary blasters, please meet me at the front of the stage. One other note, folks, when you're coming in and out of this auditorium, do not slam the doors. Please take a moment to make sure you close it a little quieter as the teams are presenting.
When he gets that red slide up, I want you to take a picture.
Folks, where's the other microphone? Right there.
Oh, right. I'm just going to
Thank you. Just remember to, the folks here can hear really good because of the speakers, but you really, for the folks online, for the live stream, you really have to hold it up like this so it's loud and clear, okay? All right, quiet down, please. All right, go ahead and get started.
Hey everyone, we are from Team Boundary Busters, and our project is satellite image field boundary identification and field acreage calculation using computer vision. Coming to the teammates, myself Sriraj, I'm the product owner of the team.
Myself, Chandana, I'm the Scrum Master.
I'm Gagan, I'm a developer. Myself, Teja, I'm the developer on the team.
I'm Chaitra, I'm also a developer.
I'm Divya and I'm also a developer.
So partners in technical support. So we as a team would like to acknowledge all the individuals who helped us to complete this project. First comes is Dr. Lansheri. He is our assigned client. He has provided all the technical support that is required to this project and also gave the valuable insight throughout this project. Next is Professor Mekali Timothy. He is a professor of this course and also the mentor. He has given a feedback every week and also made ensure that we are right on track with all the deadlines of this project. We'd like to acknowledge their time and encouragement at every stage of this project. So understanding the needs, to start with the agriculture industry, mainly with that of the commodity brokers, they basically required frequent intervals of agriculture insights and forecasts. With these insights, they try to maintain the market price and also helps to reduce the financial risk with the unpredictable yields. So these insights are basically drawn by an individual with the help of models and the low quality satellite images. So the insights they produce are of low accuracy and low precision and sometimes incorrect as well, as they are using the low quality satellite images. So this is the limitation that we have focused on. So to overcome this limitation, what we have done is we try to use high quality and high resolution drone data. This drone data, in order to use the drone data, high resolution drone data, we need to have high accurate field boundaries and also field precision, field acreage values. Without these values, we can't really use a high resolution drone data. So our main project goal is to automate this entire process by combining the low quality satellite image with that of high quality and high resolution drone data in order to build a supervised machine learning and to calculate the accurate field boundaries and also field acreage values. So next slide will be continued by Chaitra.
So let us start with the base imagery. So this is a clipped true color image of the Sentinel-2 satellite provided by the European Space Agency. So Sentinel-2 provides high resolution multispectral data through cloud optimized geotiffs, which makes it perfect for agricultural tasks like ours. So this data uses 13 spectral bands, and we have focused on TCI and NDVI composites as part of our pre-processing. This data is basically open source and was used as the primary input for identifying field boundaries within the Huron County region. Next, coming to the model training. So for this, we needed a reliable ground truth. So we have selected a small area of interest within the Huron County region, after which we have manually designed and labeled our fields. So these fields were digitized to 81 field boundaries, which were later converted to binary raster masks, covering a total area of 2,812.57 acres. So this ground truth has basically helped us evaluate our model's performances using the IOU and acreage calculations. Next, coming to the validation part. So since we did not have accurate ground truth available to us, we used the QGIS and Bing satellite image as our base, and we have basically used the USDA's cropland data layer for testing. So to basically clean this data, we removed all the unnecessary non-crop values and retained only the crop-related data, crop-related categories that were basically relevant to our study, after which we have use CDL as a validation reference. So, so although this CDL data set wasn't highly accurate. It still provided us with a good overlay to check our models, spatial alignment, and also crop classification. So going forward, we think that having access to a better ground truth could help us validate with a much higher accuracy. Now Chandra will be taking over.
Thank you, Chaitra. So now moving on to the pre-processing, we have selected Sentinel-2 imagery for this project as mentioned before. Here we specifically work with the tile 17 TLJ, which covers our area of interest, which is Huron County in Michigan. So as we all know, the satellite images are often affected by the cloud cover and low sunlight. We have applied strict filters to make sure that the images we are using were clear and consistent. So we have selected only those images with less than 10% cloud cover and sun elevation between 50 to 65 degrees. And after applying these filters, we have finalized 5 dates ranging from May till September in the year 2019. So this basically allowed us to capture different stages of the crop season and also allowed us to improve the accuracy of our models by incorporating the seasonal variation. And after selecting our imagery, we clipped each image to our area of interest, which is a focused region within the Huron County. And we then selected specific bands from the imagery and calculated 2 key indices. One is NDVI, which tells us about the vegetation health. And next one is the TCI. It's a true color image generated from the bands red, green, and blue. And after this, we have done some feature engineering. So first, for the unit, we have used the stacked NDVI patches from 5 different dates that we have finalized. This basically gave unit a multi-channel input, allowing it to capture different crop seasons over time. And next, for the random forest and the SVM, we slightly used a different approach. We have used the 5 dates of NDVI and also 3 bands of TCI for each date. This basically created a 20 feature per pixel matrix where each pixel was described by its spectral and the temporal information. And finally, to train the models, we also created binary labels. We have used manually digitized 81 field boundaries for this and converted them into the binary raster masks, where 1 indicates the field and 0 indicates the boundaries. And on the right side bottom, you can see the ground truth mask image, where the white color indicates the fields and the black color indicates the boundaries or the background. And on the top left, you can see the true color image, where we can clearly see the difference between the vegetated areas and the bare fields. And on the right, we have the NDVI image, which tells us the vegetation index. In total, we have used 4 different models for the training. So first, we have the unit. It was trained using the NDVI patch images that we have discussed before. Here, each patch was captured temporal variations across the growing season. And also, the model learned to segment the field versus background very clearly. Overall, unit produced well-defined boundaries even during the training time. The training time was around 7.3 seconds, which was very fast, showing the efficiency of a deep learning model for the semantic segmentation. And next, we have the random forest. It's an ensemble classifier, and the model was trained using the multi-temporal features, which we discussed before. A total of 20 features per pixel were used for this model. And random forest was actually slighter to train than the unit. It took around 37 seconds to train, but it did generalize the field regions very well based on the spectral and the color information available. Overall, these 2 models were able to effectively segment the agricultural fields where unit gave us more spatially smoother boundaries, and the random forest was faster to train and easier to deploy with just the simple features. And next, moving to the training outputs of the SVM. In the SVM, we have used 2 methods. One is linear kernel, and the second one is the RBF kernel. And both the models were trained using the same 20 features per pixel as we used for the random forest. The linear SVM was actually very fast compared to all other models. It took around 0.47 seconds, making it an excellent choice for the large data set. And also, despite its simplicity, the model was able to effectively separate the field versus background, even during the training, producing clean and coherent segmentations, as we can see in the picture. And next, in contrast to this, RBF kernel SVM took around 5.6 minutes, which is very long compared to all other training models. However, this time invested allowed it to capture more complex and non-linear decision boundaries, producing very fine results. And also we can see the difference between the linear kernel and the SVM kernel outputs. Overall, the linear was very fast and scalable, while the RBF kernel brings in improved boundary precision compared to the linear model. Next, we're gonna see the validation outputs. Teja.
Before moving on to the validation part, let's see what are the evolution matrices we use it for the validating our model. So on the left, we have the standard classification matrix, and on the right, we have the accuracy matrices. So the first one is the accuracy. So accuracy tells us the how many predictions were correct, whether it's a field or non-field. And the second one is the IOU, intersection over union. So it measures the intersection overlap between the prediction field and the actual field. And the last one is the F1 score. So it balances between the precision and the recall. So it helps us understand how well the model is able to detect without overlapping the field areas. On the right, we have the accurate matrices. So we calculated the accurate by multiplying the number of field pixels per pixel area in the square meters, and we then converted the square meters to the acres by a factor of 4046.856. And the last one is the accuracy error. So this is the difference between the predicted and the actual field area. So this helps us to understand how well the model is able to detect in the tasks of area estimations. And coming to the validation part, here we present you the unit model, which served as an deep learning based approach for the field segmentation tasks. So as we all know that unit is particularly well regarded for its strength in spatial segmentation tasks due to its encoder and decoder architecture and skip connections that preserve the fine-grained details. And as shown in the visuals, we can see that the field boundaries in the predicted model closely aligned with the ground truth mask, and error map highlights the true positives in the green color and false positives in the red and false negatives in the blue. So the basically this red color means the over segmented field, and the blue color means the under segmented field. So this visual snapshot tells us where the model is over and under segmented. And coming to the quantitatively, we got that precision of 74 and F1 of 0.80 and IOU of 66.35. And coming to the computational thing, we got inference time of 6.7 seconds. However, the accuracy error was 18.35, which tells us the model has some over segmentation fields. So overall, unit model performed well, where in the scenarios the boundary precision was the top priority. And the next we have the random forest, which served as an ensemble level classifier for the per pixel classification. One of the key advantages of this random forest is its speed and scalability. And we achieved around 2.57 of accuracy error for this random forest, which is lowest in our whole pipeline. And coming to the quantitatively, it achieved a slightly lowest IOU of 62.62 compared to the unit, and pixel accuracy of 78 and precision of 76. And this is one of the fastest model we tested with 0.3 less than a second, which is 0.35 seconds. So which makes it reliable for the real-time deployments where the GPU resources are limited or unavailable. So overall, this random forest is performed well, where in this, the scenarios area estimations is the top priority.
Next is the validation results for the SVM model using the linear kernel. So the linear model demonstrated a strong generalization to the test area of interest which we have chosen. So showing it showed a pretty much like a great as seen in the visualization. So it showed a good like minimal false negatives compared to the other models, and quantitatively the pixel accuracy was about 91%, which is pretty high, and the intersection over union was 71.5%. So here is that the F1 score was 0.83, so which gave out like a perfect balance between the precision and recall. A key advantage for this model was its the training time, which was less than half a second, and its inference time, which was approximately like 1.5 seconds. So overall, the model provided an optimal balance between the between accuracy, speed, and scalability. Next is the RBF kernel, which we have used to identify any complex nonlinear boundaries. So in terms of like quantitative performance, it achieved a good pixel accuracy of 85.37% and an IOU of 69.5%, while slightly lower than the linear kernel. So it achieved like a good about a good F1 score of 0.82, which was like pretty strong compared to comparing the other models. But the problem we faced while using this model was its computational time, which was pretty high. The training time, as explained previously, took about 5.6 minutes, but the inference time took just like more than 17 minutes just to get the predicted outputs for the test area region which we chose. So that's why we thought that only checking, I mean, it's the linear model, which like can be preferred for more bigger areas, while the RBF model is better suited for a smaller area of region for better accuracy and stuff. To wrap up, here's a table, a summary table of the models which we have evaluated. So as told previously, the UNet model gave a more precise space, precise field segmentation. And next is the random forest, which gave a very low, it gave the lowest acreage error percentage, about 2.5%. Yeah, and the SVM linear, which was like combined with its the accuracy and inference time, the training and inference time, we felt that it would be the best choice without any GPU, like if only CPU is considered. So, and RBF is well, we not it's better if we use this model for any kind of like smaller areas to get any results of the smaller areas. The next recommendations will be continued by Divya.
Yeah. So based on these results, we have included the recommendation. First, for scalable and real-time deployment, we recommend using linear SVM or random forest. For boundary detection, we have used we recommend to use a hybrid model that is both spatial precision and RF. And the last one is we do not recommend using SVM RBF because it has a high inference time. So by comparing all these models, we can clearly get a route map of which model to be deployed depending upon its speed, precision, and accuracy. So coming to the future work, our first step is to expand dataset coverage by incorporating multi-year CDL data. This helps us to improve the robustness and generalization. It also trains the model and we can detect the crop cycle patterns, which are very common in agriculture and are not used in single model field. Coming to the next one, explore multi-class segmentation. So far, our project has only focused on binary segmentation, that is field versus non-field areas. But moving forward, multi-class segmentation also have a good value to classify specific crop types using CDL labels. This helps the farmers and the planners, and it also supports the agriculture insights. Next, we plan to optimize the models, both unit and SVM, for real-time inference, especially on cloud or GPU environments. This also helps in reducing latency, experimenting with lightweight architectures, and helps in using frameworks for deployment. Coming to the last one, it is hybrid workflow exploration. We know that unit excels in spatial segmentation, whereas RF excels in acreage accuracy. By combining these methods, we can get good scalability and precision. So these are the future works which can be done to take our project to the next level, from capstone prototype to a real world decision-making tool for agriculture forecasting. With this, we conclude our project. And if you have any questions, you're welcome. Thank you.
There are 2 questions online currently from Mahendra. Mahendra asks, what was your training and testing data size? If it is only 5 dates, it's 2 less.
There's a reason for that. The GeoTIFF files which we have used are pretty, like each and every single file is pretty high. And we have overlapped all those 5 images on top of each other, which like after overlapping, the size was pretty around how much? 600 MB. Yeah, about 600 MB. So just training it took a lot of time. And if you have any like computational resources, if you like better computational resources, you might get a more better training and testing results compared to what we have done. So, yeah.
All right. Next question's from an anonymous. Mahendra is responding again. Why didn't you use Hopper cluster?
I mean, we could have used the Hopper cluster, but we wanted to see how much. Like I had a GPU 4060 RTX 4060 NVIDIA, so I just tried using the unit model for that. So yeah, we just wanted to see what we could achieve with our computational resource which we already had. So yeah, Hopper cluster is a better choice. Like if you for the future use, yeah, Hopper cluster will make a difference. Yeah.
Okay. And then from anonymous attendee, very well explained presentation overall. Were there any specific challenges while implementing the UNet and random forest with respect to the field classification?
UNet, of course, yeah. Because we have used the ground truth data which we made using the QGIS tool, there was an issue with over segmentation where more fields were getting detected compared to the background, background detection. So because of that, we thought that getting a more better ground truth might give a more good results accuracy. And for the random forest,
Yeah, for the random forest, first we have tried using a single image, but then, as Gagan mentioned, we were facing the problem with the over segmentation. So we have used a multi-channel input for that. So it did solve some of the segmentation and the overfitting issues for the random forest.
Okay. No more questions online. How about in the room? Oh, Lance.
Right, very good. So hello again, and it's nice to see everyone in person for a change. So thank you for a great project. I think this is very interesting results. So I have a couple of questions to do with Landsat and clouds. And so in your presentation here, you mentioned that the Landsat image was cloud optimized. What does that mean?
Cloud cover?
The images are often affected by the cloud cover, right? So we have selected only those images with the less than 10% cloud cover so that we get a clear and consistent outputs.
Oh, okay. So in the selection process optimized.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. And then just out of curiosity, what percentage of days was there cloud cover?
So each date has different cloud cover percent. Yeah. We selected only those dates with less than 10%.
So there were pretty about throughout the year of 2019, which we observed, we got about how many? around 20 to 30 different dates, which were less than 10%, I guess. So, that's what we have observed. More than that, there's another thing which we have to notice is that even though if the cloud coverage percentage is more, that is because we could have chosen those geotifies those dates as well, because there's a chance that the Huron County region might not be covered with any kind of clouds. Whereas so we thought that why not just consider the entire area, the 17 TLJ tile which we mentioned. So why not just consider the area, consider the coverage, cloud coverage as less than 10% overall to for our project. So.
Right, very good, thank you. So those accuracy results seem pretty good. So congratulations on good work there.
Thank you.
So just I have an observation that 37 minutes does not seem a very long time for training. So if you think about this little cell phone I have has more power than most of the equipment that I've used over my career.
Yes.
It's
17 minutes actually.
Okay. 17. Oh, that's so long. That's too terrible.
That's true.
All right. Well, thank you guys for a great project, and good luck to you guys in your career.
Thank you.
Any other question? I guess it's too late. Thank you.
Okay, last team in the morning, Team Airlines, please meet me at the stage. So anytime you have a presentation, you basically have controls or on the side. Just come over here. So you should just remind you guys that when you're speaking to the microphone, guys are speaking to the microphone, hold it up like this, right? Because people in here can hear you through the speakers, but it's the online folks. So when you're down here, believe it or not, this little bit is hard to hear. So just remember to do that. And then the clicker is just forward. Forward. It's more. I use this all the time. So this button is forward. That's back. Yeah, you can't see the right arrow because I've formed this thing in. If I should buy a new one at this point. And I will signal you guys when you.
Hello. Hello. Am I audible? Can you guys give me space?
And start.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. We're Team Airlines, and this is our final project, Airline Stock Performance Dashboard. Let's start by introducing the people behind this project. We were fortunate to be guided throughout this project by Dr. Isaac Gang. His deep insights and support helped us in achieving our goal. Moving on, let's see who our team members are. I'm Kriti Sharigar, and I'm the Scrum Master.
Hi, I'm B, and I'm the product owner.
Hi, I'm Nitish, I'm developer.
Hi guys, I'm Abhishek, I'm also a developer.
Hello everyone, I am Saisa Kecholeti, I'm also a developer.
Hi everyone, I am Varshit Kakalu, developer as well.
Hi everyone, I'm Varun Vegi, I'm also a developer.
Now that we know who our team members are, let's also know who our client is. Our client's name is Dr. Lance Sherry. He is the director at George Mason University's Center for Air Transportation Systems Research Group. His domain-specific knowledge also helped us in achieving our goals and aiming at real-world expectations. Moving on, to our problem statement. So what is it that we're trying to solve? In the airline industry, it's not just the airplanes that face turbulences, stock price do too. It's extremely volatile and it is driven by many factors, which makes it difficult for us to predict. One of the limitations in our existing dashboard is that it lacks short-term analysis, feature importance, and investment return simulator. One of the major issues we faced with our data is that there were large volumes of data, which made it difficult for our dev team to pre-process and clean. Our mission is to create a smart and interactive dashboard which helps both investors and anybody who wants to invest in airline stocks and gain profits. Next slides will be introduced.
Thank you, Krithi. So let's talk about the data. So where did we find this data? We found the data on a government website, BTS, Bureau of Transportation Statistics. This is an open source website. Anybody can access it, and it's updated quarterly. So we were able to find financial and operational data directly from this site. And then our next data source is also open source. It's Yahoo Finance. And with Yahoo Finance, we were able to see historical stock records as well as current stock records every day. And to give you a brief overview, the BTS data source is huge. Every single American airline is required by the US government to produce specific data about how they're doing. I'd like to get your attention to Schedule B1, which is balance sheet information. We were able to analyze and get into that data. Schedule P12, operating expenses, just understanding how the airlines are operating, what's their profit margin, what's, all their expenses, and also air carrier employee. A lot of layoffs are going on right now, so understanding how many people are being hired, how many people are being fired, just so that we can understand the economic perspectives. Next slide. So we have all this data, right? There's a lot of data. The next step is to clean it and then analyze it. So because there was so much data, we had to automate it. And the way we automated it is we used AWS Lambda and EventBridge. And so our developers saved a lot of time because every single day we had a bot that would go and extract all the stock information. And then we were able to pair that with the operation data. And before we get to the next one, I'd like to also talk a little bit about the feature engineering. So we used that data to talk about the volatility as well as the stock prices. And we also had to merge it back to the operation data that I talked about from the government website. And Varun is going to talk to us about the architecture and everything that went behind. Thank you.
Thank you for that, B. I will be talking about the analytics approach overview. Our forecasting strategy was twofold. First, we did long-term predictions for quarterly, and then we did short-term for hourly predictions for the next day. We used a wide variety of models. We used LSTM, XGBoost, Lasso, Ridge, Random Forest, and ElasticNet. And LSTM basically outperformed other models for day-wise predictions. And we used a different set of models for different airlines. We will be talking a bit more about that in the next slide. So moving on to the model training and evaluation, we wanted to test out different models because the existing dashboard only uses LSTM, ARIMA, and GRU. So we wanted to see if one model works for all the airlines and in the beginning stages of the project. And we later soon found out that it doesn't work that way. So we evaluated different models for different airlines. And to test out the reliability of these models, we split the data set into testing and training sets. So we train the data, we train the models on our historical data, and then we tested it with unseen historical data. And how we evaluated these is we used the standard performance metrics like R-square, RMSE, and MAE. And finally, we got forecasted, and finally we got results for our models. Next, I will be talking about the architecture. Like mentioned earlier, we did two predictions, one for long term and for the other is short term. First, I will be talking about the long term predictions. So, like B mentioned earlier, we used two sources of data. One was BTS, Bureau of Transportation Statistics, and the other was Yahoo Finance. So we used the Y Finance library from in Python to fetch open, low, close, high, and volume metrics. And then we used financial and operational metrics from BTS. So we pulled BTS data by manually downloading them and then also by web scraping them. And after getting after getting our data, we then cleaned them and merged both of these data sets. And finally, we got a final merged data set. In the final merged data set, we had around 80 plus features, and we wanted to check if all the features were affecting the airline stock equally, or if an individual feature had more impact on the stocks. So we performed feature engineering there, and we did find out that not all the features were impacting the stock price equally. So we selected a few features for each and every airline. Now coming to short term, we have a Python script in AWS Lambda, and we used Event Bridge to trigger that script to run at 10 p.m. every day. So what this script does is it fetches data from Y Finance. It fetches open, low, close, high, volume, and date time metrics, and it cleans them and stores them in S3 bucket. And finally, after getting the data, we use machine learning models for predictions. For long-term predictions, we use Lasso, Ridge, XGBoost, and ElasticNet. And for day-wise predictions, we used LSTM, XGBoost, and Random Forest. Finally, after performing all the machine learning models, we got our forecasted values, and we showcased our forecasted values on Vercel using React for dashboard for investors to make informed decisions. Next, Warshat will be talking a bit more about the models.
Thank you, Varun. Yeah, coming on to the models used in this project, we have explored and used various machine learning models to predict the stock price performance and also to understand the stock trends. So as you can see here, we use the Lasso regression for the American Airlines and JetBlue Airways, and then Random Forest for the Frontier Airlines and Alaska Airlines, and then Ridge for the Allegiant Airlines, and then finally ElasticNet for the Delta, Southwest, and United. So as Varun mentioned, we have used all these models in different combinations, like LSTM outperformed for the short-term predictions, and then Random Forest and XGBoost did pretty good for the long-term. So for example, let's take American Airlines and JetBlue Airways. So initially here we started with the Random Forest model. So for example, when there's a situation like this, we have a complex data like stock market data, and then also there is a nonlinear relationship between the features and the target variable. Here it's best to use the Random Forest model in this situation because it helps us in the better feature selection, and also which in turn helps us in increasing the prediction accuracy where our final goal aligns with. And then here after that we took on the Lasso regression. It helps us in regularizing the model to reduce the overfitting, and then also it helps to reduce the irrelevant features to 0 by shrinking the coefficient. And then after that, for some airlines, we use the Ridge regression, where it does the same regularization process, but in a different way by penalizing the large coefficient. And then finally, ElasticNet. It's just the combination of Lasso regression and Ridge regression. And then here, the best model is selected based upon some test performance metrics like R-square, where the value lied between 0.6 to 0.9 for approximately for every individual airline. Yeah, next slide. So after training and evaluating all the models, we examine the feature importance using Random Forest and all as mentioned before. So here, as you see, the top 3 features were shown out of all the features selected to predict the stock price performance. So each airline has its own set of influencing financial and operational metrics that equally and mostly contribute to the stock price. So here, these features were only selected because they were able to make a strong impact on the stock performance and models performance, and also These were able to capture the airline's operational efficiency and financial health and some other factors. So yeah, next slide. So as our client mentioned, to showcase what are the common features between all the airlines. So here, as you can see on the top, these are the airlines that we have worked with. And then on the side, you can see the common features between the airlines. And operating revenue being the common between Allegiant Airlines, American, and Delta Airways. And then available seat miles being common feature between Allegiant Airlines, American, and United. And then PRASM, passenger revenue, available seat miles being common between JetBlue and Southwest. Yeah, next slide. Yeah, coming on to the visualizations part. Here, our main goal is to make every model's output accessible and actionable for every user to make informed decisions. So here we came up with 3 different aspects. The first one being day trading predictions, where we'll be showing the R2R forecast for specific day as requested by our client, and then followed by long-term predictions on quarterly basis, and then finally investment return simulator. So I would like to pass on to my teammate Saket to go deeper into this.
Okay, thank you, Warshit. Now I'll be speaking about the visualizations for the day trading part first. As our client advised us, due to the recent market fluctuations, to use the 2024 data to predict the first 3 trading days of 2025. For example, we have taken the JetBlue Airlines for that. We have taken the Jan 2nd and the Jan 3rd, the trading days. On the x-axis, you can see the hours, and on the y-axis, you can see the stock closing price. The blue line there is the actual closing price, and the red line there is the median forecast which we have done using the model. For this, we have used the LSTM model. The LSTM, the name itself defines that it is a long short-term memory model. This is a type of recurrent neural network which captures the short-term price movements. It also works well with the noisy and high-frequency data. This also able to handle the multiple input features like indicators, stock indicators, volume, etc. These are the 2 trading days graphs. Next slide, please. Now coming to the long term, as our teammates earlier discussed that the BTS has around 70 to 80 features. So in order to select the features, it's really a big task for us. We have run different models for different airlines and picked the best model for each airline. For example, here we have taken the JetBlue Airlines. We have the zoomed plot from 2021 quarter to 2025 quarter 4. You can see the dashed line, the predicted price is closely aligning with the actual price. This indicates that the model is perfectly able to attain that shape pattern there. You can also see the forecasting values from 2024 Q4. As our BTS data is available till 2024 Q3, so we have forecasted our values from 2024 Q4 to the end of the 2025 quarter. On the x-axis, you can see the yearly quarter, and on the y-axis, you can see the close price range. Okay, go back. For this, we have used the lasso regression. This lasso regression is used because coming to the features for JetBlue Airlines, the highly correlated features are very low. So in order to pick the best model with best accuracy, we have used the lasso. This lasso mainly depicts the main selected features there, which are highly correlated and it shrinks the unimportant features values to coefficients to 0. Thereby, it will be reducing the overfitting. Next, coming to the next slide. The other example is the Delta Airlines. Here as well, you can see the dotted line is closely matches with the actual closing price. Like it attains the pattern there. For this, we have used the elastic net model. For this Delta Airlines, we do have many features for this, highly correlated. So we need to use the advanced model to get the features selection done. So we have used the elastic net. Basically, this elastic net is a combination of both reach as well as lasso. It balances the feature selection and as well as the regularization. It basically handles the multicollinearity and it will be grouping the highly correlated features at a time to get the better long-term investments. So this is the graph for that. You can see the forecasted values there, the red line. Next, coming to the trading strategy. Our client recommended that to develop a long-term investment approach. So we developed this buy low or sell high strategy. For this, we have introduced this in our investment simulator. This investment simulator provides you whether you need to buy the stock or sell the stock based upon the user investment there, and meanwhile the forecasting values of our predicted models. This will be clearly explained in the demo by Nitish.
Thank you, Saket, for that. So now I'll walk you guys through how our demo looks. We built a dedicated dashboard using React and hosted it on Vercel. So this is our landing page looks. And we can see the list of airlines that we worked on. We'll go to JetBlue Airways, how it works. So in the first tab, we can see the current price, which gets updated real time using API, and predicted peak for next 2 quarters, and the day trading signals, which are 52-week high, low, and hardly change percentage. And next, we can see the prediction plot. Here, it's an interactive plot with a blue line denoting a historical price, and the red is a forecasted one. So we also enabled a zoom feature where we can go to any particular quarter and check the price on that. So here we can see the red plots with a price on that starts from 2024 Q1 to 2025 Q4. And here are some features that we used to predict the stock, like PRASM, admin cost ratio, and few other. Next tab is about stock return overview for 1 year, 3 year, 5 year, and max. Again, this is also an interactive plot with a closing price. Next, we'll go to the day trading forecast. Here we can see the 3 trading days of the January 2025 that clients required us to predict on. Also, again, this is also an interactive plot with an hourly time. And main prospect of our project is to build an investment calculator. In the drop-down, we can select any of the airline that we want to check on. We'll check for JetBlue first with an investment amount of $1,005, and start quarter will be 2025 Q1. And when we hit on calculate, we'll get the final value with the loss, which is $175 as of now. And we can see the forecasted trend, which is high on 2025 Q1 and dips in 2025 Q4. Again, the investment signal says us to sell the stock now. So we'll go to one more airline with the profit. We'll check ALGT, which is Allegiant Airlines, with the same amount, and start quarter from 2025 Q1. Here we can see the profit of $13 with a final value, and forecasted trend, which is dip in 2025 Q1 and high in 2025 Q3, with an investment signal saying us to buy the stock right now. It also suggests us best time to buy with the price, which is 2025 Q1 with $58, and time to sell is 2025 Q3 with $65 with a potential return of 11%. So this wraps our walkthrough of our front end. Now Abhishek will continue.
Thank you for the demo, Nitish. So coming to how does our dashboard help? So our dashboard has multiple features. First one being the day-wise hourly predictions. It helps short-term analysts and day trading investors to see or get insights on what when they have to do their strategic decisions. Next is the long-term predictions, which is the quarterly predictions. It aligns stakeholders to align their strategies with the market cycles. The third one being the investment return simulator. It allows users to test what their return could be in a specific time frame based on our models. And finally, for airline industry professionals, they can check which particular features are the stock price drivers or the model drivers for each particular airline. Let's go on to the next slide. So to summarize the initial first, when we identify the problem, it's not just airline stocks right now, it's the stock market in general. It's really volatile. It has so many factors, financial and market factors being majority of them or 2 of them. We identified the gaps next in the existing dashboard. It lacks real-time updates, short-term analysis, return analysis, and the feature importance. The objective for us was to build a predictive dashboard for both short-term and long-term stock forecasting. The architecture for this project included a 3-layer architecture. It started with the data pulling, the data ingestion part. Like my teammates mentioned, we had to pull data from BTAs and Yahoo Finance. Second was feature engineering. For stocks, we had to include a lot of volatility-related factors and lagged features. And finally, predictive modeling and the forecasting part. Coming to the modeling section, can we go back? Yeah, coming to the modeling section, we had to use, we used rich, lasso, elastic net, random forest, XGBoost, and support vector regression for the long term. And LSTM was primarily used for the short term predictions. Yes, to conclude, the outcome was we did create a forecasting framework, but there is scope for improvement. So I'll just talk about that in the future work. Let's go. So coming to the future work, even though chunks of our work is real time, we would love to see it like from the end to end in real time, pulling the data and predicting everything. Being automated would be definitely a good future work to see. Next one will be to improvise or strengthen our trading strategy, including backtesting or even risk management strategies, which is definitely another future work. Next one, we did come across papers to the end of our project that a combination of models is very good for stock price prediction. One example on the top of my head is LSTM was used for nonlinear approach or relationships, and ERIMA is used for the linear approach. One thing which we did try but couldn't get it to work due to the absence of data was sentiment analysis and government activity. We were not able to find news on a day-to-day basis about airlines. So that was a limitation for us. And coming to government activity, we did have an initial hypothesis that if at all there's government activity on stocks, that is a sign that the stock might go up. But again, we had to drop it because we didn't have enough data. Finally, like I mentioned earlier, bringing it everything real time from data pulling, the feature engineering to the forecasting is something to look forward to. And that's it from us. Thank you. And do we have any questions?
We have several questions online. So the first question is from Mahendra. Did you consider news or any other information that could play a role for predictions?
Yeah, so that's what we were like concluding with. We were not able to find daily news on specific airlines on a regular basis. We did look at it. Even our client suggested some resources, but we couldn't get any solid leads.
So just to add to that, the level of granular data that we were looking for was not openly available. So we relied heavily on open source data. So that's why. A lot of it was behind paid, people charge you a lot of money for those things. Yeah.
Paywalls.
Yes, paywalls. That's the
All
word.
right. Next question from an anonymous attendee. Looks like a very huge data set. What are the specifics in feature engineering that made your visualizations better? Great presentation overall, by the way.
So primarily lagged features, because any day, like if you are looking to predict the price for next day, the price today will be your best predictor. So lagged values played a big role. And then volatility. So since we deal with open, high, low, close, we had to see what the momentum of the stock price was, which is by calculating the difference between the high and the lows. And these are some of the feature engineering we did in the top of my head.
Okay. Another anonymous attendee says, Bloomberg Premium also gives a future forecast with data over 50 plus years. How is your model so accurate with only 1 year of data?
It was not just 1 year of data.
Yeah, it wasn't just 1 year of data. We focused on the last year for specific predictions. However, as I mentioned at the data overview, we looked at historical data throughout BTS, the government website, that looked at carrier information for all the airlines that we had. Sprint was recently acquired, so we had to eliminate Sprint because they were acquired. I think Frontier bought them. And then in terms of the level of accuracy, we did say a disclaimer at the beginning. It's very volatile, right? So we tried to be accurate within two significant figures, like 7.38, 7.48. But, with everything going on right now with government layoffs, with the market shifting, we can't predict to a T what's going to happen with the stock prices. if an airline acquires a new government contract or something like that, we don't have access to that information. And that's also something that we said is a limitation to our predictive ability. But based on our data sources, we were pretty accurate in terms of predicting.
Yeah, I can add on to that. So for long term, we had data from 1990, and for short term, which is hourly, we used the last 1 year. Yeah.
Okay, we have some more, a lot of questions online for you folks. Apparently, you're a very popular presentation. Another anonymous attendee, great presentation and the great demo. The dashboards look great. Why did you choose LSTM for short-term and not for long-term forecasting, especially given its capability to model sequences? What performance trade-offs led you to prefer linear models like Lasso for long-term?
So we did loop through each model for every airline for long-term. And surprisingly, the basic models work. We were surprised because traditional models like Arima is apparently really good for time series. But in this case, I think it's the features. We had a lot of features, so when it came to that level, these models performed the best. Like Watershed told, the test R squares varied from 0.6 to 0.9. It varied for each airline. Yeah.
Barath says, how adaptable is your feature engineering pipeline to incorporate new types of data?
So again, like that is one of the future work which I mentioned. Bringing everything automated is definitely a future work because each airline, we had to have a tailored approach. So in case of data, right, in BTS, some airlines didn't have specific features, but whereas others had. So we had to do an airline to airline specific approach for that.
And to add to that, scope creep is a real thing. We had a deadline to maintain, right? So, we were working with our professor and he was like, okay, after this point, just focus on, visualizing and things like that. However, there's a lot of work still left to be done because this is a real-time product that people can use to predict, what stock to invest in their own portfolio. So we're not saying that our work here is conclusive. There's a lot more work that could be done with more accurate data and more open availability.
All right, I'm going to take one more question from online because we have to move this along. But another anonymous attendee said, excellent presentation. Would you consider integrating alternative data sources like social sentiment, oil prices, or flight delays to improve predictive accuracy? If so, how would you handle the increased data complexity and potential noise?
Flight delays, we did look into flight delays in the beginning, but there was no particular correlation, at least on the long-term side. And again, we were not able to get it on the day-to-day basis. But then again, like I think even Peter suggested in class once, because flight delays, it can always be like weather, which is not in their hands. So, but we did check it out. It didn't affect the stock prices as such, at least to our understanding in the beginning. But we did eventually drop it. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Any questions in the room? Oh, Dr. Baldo has one.
Okay. Dr. Sherry had to leave early, but he and I both wanted to thank you. This was a great presentation. But he wanted me to ask you a very difficult question. So I'm good at that. So in this scenario, we paid you $100,000 to develop this, okay? And it's actionable. I want to do something with it. So in order to test it out, I want you each to take $10,000 of your own money and use that tool. Out of the 7 of you, I only want 2 of you to answer, and I'm very good at determining whether you're lying or not. Would you use this tool? Your own hard-earned money.
I mean, it's tough to predict stocks, right? If we could do it, all of us would be rich right now. But somewhat, to some degree, yes. I mean, it's a start. It's a start.
Okay, so it's binary. You're gonna spend $10,000 or not. Let me know.
I would say yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Somebody else.
I'm going to say yes. I was trying to push Nitish to say it. I'm going to say yes. I'm going to use it. My only caveat here is we are under a new administration. And so with that, I was actually pushing a lot for government data because, airline contracts, it's a very competitive field, and with all the layoffs going on with the government is one of the biggest buyers of the services. So if I could have info into that type of knowledge and plug it in, I definitely think this is a very accurate prediction. But again, we said that we don't have that information. But even with everything else, Yahoo Data, Yahoo Finance, the fact that we have daily, we have a bot that daily takes in that information is very accurate, and it overlays it with the BTS information. I think that's a big value add for anybody who's an expert or seasoned investor. I am not. But if you are, if you have like a hunch about investing, and this tool will give you like a second sanity check of like, oh, hey, am I tripping? Or no, like so for you to see the patterns of like where to invest and also where not to invest, right? So as Nitish was saying, some stocks you should just get rid of because they're not doing well, right? So if you see an airline is constantly firing people and they're going down, maybe it's time for you to sell it and then buy something else. So you have to look at the details though, is my answer.
Okay, thank you very much.
But yes, Alaska is something to look forward to. At least in our understanding, Alaska is supposed to boom. But this is not financial advice.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, wow, you guys are real popular. Some questions in here.
Great presentation, guys. So my one question was, so there's this general idea that, investing in single stocks is kind of a fool's game over the long term, mainly because the market, like whatever, like S&P 500 or whatever, like index market you're looking at is going to outperform it over the long run. And anything can happen to any one single company at any time. The CEO could do something crazy and then the stock plummets, or it could go way high. So wouldn't it be even more beneficial to have kind of thinking about an index of stocks and then kind of pulling them together and then doing a prediction model on that rather than focusing on these individual stocks?
So for the day trading side, right, we did include the performance of the usual ETFs. Like I think we use NASDAQ, we used S&P, and there's this one particular one for airlines that's called the JETSI ETF. So we made a feature such that if at all these ETFs are not doing well in the last 5 hours, if it's constantly dipping in the last 5 hours, it's a sign that the market is bad and not just the stock is bad. But again, like sentiment analysis was definitely something to look forward to, but again, we had to drop it because news, like you mentioned, like the sudden CEO change, that can be tackled. If at all, we could have implemented sentiment analysis.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I have one small technical question.
Mm-hmm.
If like you have already used like more models, different kind of models, and if you're like in the future, if you want to implement any ensemble technique for the algorithms, does it really help, or do you get more accuracy if it is yes or no? Like
it is supposed to, like I mentioned towards the end, we did find a research paper where LSTM plus ARIMA is supposedly good for the short term prediction, but by the time we came across that, we were too late, so we couldn't explore that. But that is future work which I mentioned, a combination of we found it online. Yeah.
Okay. I have a quick I guess suggestion or maybe question regarding if you guys looked into this. I know you guys mentioned sentimental analysis. There's an interesting data set, if you guys heard of the GDELT project. It essentially maps out a bunch of different entities. This includes people, this includes organizations, and I'm sure this would include airlines. And it also maps a bunch of different information. It does analysis in terms of it tracks events. It's an event tracker, and it tracks events based off of articles and just anything related to those entities. And it's massive, though. It's probably like multiple terabytes, but maybe something to look into if you're looking for sentimental analysis.
Definitely. Thank you for that. Yeah.
All right, I'm going to draw the line there for questions in the audience. So thank you very much, team. You had a lot of questions online, a lot of questions in the audience. I think that's the most we've had so far of the showcase presentation. So thank you. Good job. All right, and what everybody in the room has been waiting for, your food is here. So to remind everybody, we will be starting promptly up at 2 o'clock. So don't disappear. You have to come back here by 2, okay?